back to the broadcast booth presented by Lazy Boy, and we were talking about back in the day, my partner, second baseman. There were no rules to protect the second baseman, and we have a picture from the archives about, and we'll show you after this pitch, but you have to tell me who the guy was that was coming after you.
Hit out into center field. On the move is Yastrzemski, and he's going to put it away. Well, the base runner that's trying to do those nasty things is George Brett. And, you know, I remember something that my dad said to a reporter that he said, I think I'm the only fan that never watches the out at first.
Yeah,
you're
right.
Because you want to see if your kid's going to get up.
6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 177.8 pounds. Tonight in the white trunks, hailing from San Antonio, Texas.
Keep him on the field.
But you say, well, George Brett wasn't a bad guy because that was his job. And if he doesn't do it, I mean, he literally gets fined by the Kangaroo Court, and it's not a friendly fine.
One out. It's Jonah Bride. Stowers is the one who hit the fly ball to Yams. And this has popped up and out of play. There's one more thing about Brett. If Brett wasn't the one that everybody was afraid of, it was Hal McRae. He was the one that tried to hurt you. Little flip job down the right field line. We're kind of right at our ball dude.
All right, who is our ball dude tonight down the right field line? That is Tony Graham.
Our lives are our own.
Jonah Bride again down the right field line. Two down the right field line, one down the left field line.
They still got an 0-2 advantage. Got a man making a play.
How about target?
They set that target on the outside corner, and that was a backup slider, and they got away with one. He missed his location by 3 feet.
Fitzgerald. Kenna stays on the bag. And that'll bring up the former Giant, only in spring training, Otto Lopez. But here's the throw.
Little shuffle step, high release, unload. And Kenna. Nice stretch. Keeps it in the glove.
Communication
barely.
in. Oh, sorry.
Sometimes I don't want to see the replay.
Encarnacion gliding in and making the catch. And that'll end the inning.
Inside the final 30 seconds of our opening round. Again, this one's scheduled for 8.
Great combination from Ortiz.
Nice left uppercut by Tom Beckhoff. What an opening round between these two light heavyweights. Solid stuff.
And we knew that this was going to be a very intelligent chess match. And we are seeing that. Neither one of these athletes are unwilling to step back. They don't want range. They don't want to take a second to reset. They are going to work shot for shot, combination for combination, finding each other's openings, finding each other's timing. And
and here's Dwayne Kuiper with the call.
Look down here at Eddie Ortiz's corner.
This is going to be a tough play. Sandoval. Yeah, got him.
I think that's my favorite call of yours this year.
I don't have any idea how that happened.
Dag Gamble got him.
I mean, seriously, it worked. I mean, that's like an alien took over my body.
Every once in a while, you remind us that you're a Dutchman.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not even Dutch. That's. Ugh.
Oh, we don't know that. As far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
it's probably some horrible cuss words in Dutch. Deep to right center field.
All right, let's take a look at the BMW Ultimate Performer. Last night, Matt Chapman gave the Giants the lead with a 3-run double off George Soriano in the bottom of the 8th. Exit velocity, 107 miles per hour, and it was Chapman's 33rd double of the season, tied for 5th most in the National League, and he did it in a 3-2 count.
Here he takes a strike. Chapman drew a walk in the first inning. Up and in to even the count.
No protection on his elbow or his tricep. It seems odd to see a guy go up there with nothing on to protect himself.
Hit down the line. Hit pretty well. And up down into that screen down the left field line. They got 4 hands on this ball. All right.
He did the right thing. He had to give that to his kid. Otherwise, he had to find 2 guys.
Outside, 2-2.
If you were playing today, would you wear a protective piece on your elbow and your tricep? I don't think so.
There's a base hit to right field for Chapman.
Another play.
But I mean, I think that's dangerous, Mike, if you can hit this really tender, then yeah, you're going to put one on.
All right, well, they got a hard ball.
And you see the Webb t-shirt that was handed out today. Here's Conforto, who popped out to third. Fouls this one back, and it's 0-1. Very high to give it a count. By the way, the hit by Chapman, just the second hit in the game. Rally they had in the first inning
About baseball. He lives and breathes it.
Lifted the left to
What
Sanchez.
path brought you here?
2 outs.
Journey far.
It's great to see Will in the clubhouse or the batting cage or on the field.
Follow no directives.
It's all business. I
but
mean, he's at
your
work.
own.
He sees something, boy, he comes right out with it. And it really is remarkable as to how he sees the game. What he sees in a batting cage or what he sees in a guy's technique. Fielding the ball in the infield.
Fitzgerald puts this one foul.
Cohen, 1 for 2.
I thought he had that baby smothered.
So did Neal.
I need to get
He did not go, says Jacob Metz, the first base umpire.
A ball and a strike.
Cabrera thought he had a strike on location with that slider.
I'm out.
That far off.
One and behind Matt Williams, down the photographer's well down the left line.
Now you see Maddie down there, our photographer, and she's everywhere. She is not afraid of contact, I got to tell you.
And do you think the output by
Eddie?
Ortiz has been stunted by the volume and body work of Trump?
There's Maddie.
Is that Andy?
And Andy. Our two Giants photographers.
Yeah, the photographer that took our team picture when we were playing.
How about target?
Fitzgerald strikes out. 5th inning coming up.
Our forged paths intertwine. May all paths be open to you.
Well, he's got the new nickname, Pretty Boy, and he's pretty good in the ring.
No, it's not. He is putting together some beautiful combinations. He has fantastic speed in this fight. We can see he has the speed advantage. But the biggest difference I see is the volume. The volume in his strikes. He's able to land more shots, and it is starting to slow Ortiz down.
As we head into round the 4, let's check in with producer Doug. Scorecard there. Sean Beckoff.
Like you guys say, it's a chess match. I thought the opening round was really close. The difference was Jean Beckoff was landing with more power, as Pearl noted. And in rounds 2 and 3, he was the effective aggressor.
All right, round 4 about to get underway. Again, scheduled for 8 light heavyweights inside the Hollywood Fight Nights ring as we see Umar Chambekov taking on Eddie Ortiz.
Oh.
And both men utilizing the jab, but oh my!
2,000 fans tomorrow. Get your tickets now at sfgiants.com/promotions. Here's Conine, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike. The difference in this game is the home run that Conine hit in the 2nd inning. Pops this one up, and it'll be out of play.
I don't think Patrick Bailey ever saw that. It's a tough sky right now for pop-ups.
This lady's like, I should have brought my glove.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said.
She said, no, I don't want that thing. It hurt me. Roll on the ground. And it's black covering.
He did it so beautifully. He did.
And here's Hensley.
Oh my goodness, the positioning in this round were absolutely amazing. He had such
Let's make sure your finger's straight.
Yeah, it's going to be sore tomorrow.
And a really good competitive fight early, but when we
And the
saw
strike.
Tom Beckhoff start to land cleanly, we start to see
Hensley.
the damage show on the face of Ortiz. It was a matter of time, and
And a slow roller. He beat it out to the shortstop, Fitzgerald. And it's 2. Dodgers and D-backs going at it again hard in the desert. Dodgers are leading 6-5 in the 7th inning, as this is fouled out of play.
Yeah, it was a close game last night. Similar score, and then all of a sudden the Dodgers blew it away. They would have won it, I think, 10-5.
I mean, this game was 5-5 in the 2nd inning.
46,000 on hand last night to watch that game.
Got him. And I think there's people that probably made the drive from LA.
Take a look at the slaughter. You start running the outside corner, just let the movement take it out. See ya.
Here's Sanchez.
That outside corner has been Mason Black's friend.
Welcome,
He's
Outlander.
had a nice command of that side of the plate.
0-2.
Just pounded a slider, sinker. You know, he's given up 2 runs, but it gets magnified when your team hasn't scored any.
Tell me,
So true.
what drives you?
Returning to task. Goodbye.
There is activity in the Giants' pen.
Got him. And that'll end the inning. 6 strikeouts for Black. All right. Time for the offense.
It's too
Looked like you came back with your batteries recharged. Please assess your performance for us.
First of all, thank you for everyone being here. I really missed it to be back in the room. Last time I fought was like
I'm
9
out.
Everyone around the world can watch that. And I think I proved a lot. 9 months, 1 month, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think I did a great job.
You fought 6 times last year. Did you need a break?
Well, the break I,
I need
had
a
was
target.
Yeah, otherwise I would.
He's ambitious using Ortiz as an opponent. Former champion. Really a mirror image of you. Same height, same weight.
F hat in 49ers red and gold colors. Giants and Padres that day, sfgiants.com/promotions. I want to get that. I want to get that. I want to get that. Here's Bailey. Bailey on the ground. Slowly hit. One pitch. One out. We had a group in the Alaska Airlines suite down the right field line. And they're pretty energetic, and they all got their jerseys on.
A lot of good attitude down there. Giants need to score a couple runs, fire that group up.
Lizard's here.
Yeah, a party can't start without the lizard.
This is wild out of play.
That's 97 off the plate in with some movement going in towards his hands. And Encarnacion was on it. He had the barrel.
Takes that one down.
You see a guy this big who's got long arms, you think you could get him in, but that swing right there lets you know you better tread softly.
Takes it to make it 2-2. And another hit for Encarnacion. He's 2 for 2.
They're 2 strike base hits.
Yeah, it cost him his bat, but at this point, take it.
And I think he was thinking right field. Stays inside him, man. It's just good bat hit control. That's the big man.
Here's Wisely. Giants need to see if they can put together some hits. Spread them out isn't working. And they're going to do it. Encarnacion on the move. Wisely's going into second. Second and third. 1 out.
All right, there's life. It's in the front row. Take a look at the swing. Location-wise, a little off-speed pitch, middle in just above the knee. Make him pay. And an easy take a third for the big man.
And Comine's got to make a clean play. Otherwise, Encarnacion's got a chance to score. And he did make a clean play. Marlins will play the infield back, as you would expect. Gaz is 0 for 2.
It's that low strike you get with Alan Porter. Scores him with a perfect slider, so that's a good go-to in a strikeout situation.
Drop ball gives the Giants a run. Gaz got a fastball, and he fouled it back.
That's a good place. That was a good pitch to hit. I mean, you're looking for something up. You can get in the air deep enough. You're going to have at least a medium fly ball to score Encarnacion from third. Got pretty good
Our
arms across
forest
the board from
paths
Miami.
intertwine. May all paths be open to you.
Chopper over the mound. And they get the out on a nice play by Norby. But coming in to score is Encarnacion.
But that's a nice at-bat. And Yastrzemski gets it done in a 2-strike count. The infield played back. They were giving you the middle of the infield. Anything you could get past the pitcher, you're going to get an RBI.
No directive
In a 2-0
needed.
ball game, you put your team on the board. That's a great AB.
Canna at the plate, Wisely at third, and the first pitch is down low.
Slight play to pull in the infield for Miami against Canna. Pretty straight away. A little protection towards the right center field gap in the outfield.
It's a strike. 82 pitches now for Cabrera. Knocked down by Sanchez.
Nice block by Sanchez. Fastballs, changeups, tough ones to block. And he got enough glove on it to keep it still.
What path brought you here?
3-1 to Canna.
One thing about Canna, and he reminds me a lot of Rich Aurelia. When you used to knock Rich Aurelia down or knock him back, you just made him a better hitter by about 80 points. And Canna's got a little of that in him. It becomes personal when you come in there close to him.
Let's give Sergei Bohachuk a big round of applause.
So 3-2. Canna will take his timeout.
He might have lost the majority decision, but he's still our champion. That's why he's proudly wearing the belt. He knocked down Virgil Ortiz 2 times in a 12-round fight. We don't know how he lost the decision, but anyway, we're happy to have him here, and we're going to see him back in the ring in December.
Chopper to short. Lopez to end the inning. Giants on the board. 6th inning coming up.
At this point, all of a Riyadh season in December on the Usyk Tyson Fury show. So watch out for that. Watch out for Sergei Bohachuk.
Sergey, you're ready for anybody? An Israel Madrimov, or Terrence Crawford, or Sebastian Fundora, who you were supposed to fight in March?
No, I'm ready for everybody. And now I wanna one more time win Virgil. I wanna fight with him. This time I wanna make 4 knockdowns, 5 knockdowns, make knockouts. I wanna back for him. No, he's scared. Okay, let's go next. Doesn't matter who. Crawford, Madrimov. For me, I don't scared nothing. Doesn't matter who.
It doesn't matter who you fight. I know you're going to get back to scoring knockouts. So congratulations again on fighting to like the... All right, TJ, back to you.
Sergei Bohachuk, always fun to catch up with him and always fun to watch when he's in action. You know, it's an opinion on whether or not he lost his last fight, but it is a fact that you got to keep an eye on him as he is a factor anytime he steps in circle. You also got to pay attention anytime Tom Loeffler's Hollywood Fight Nights returns to UFC Fight Pass, and we are about to get to our co-main event with a highly touted, undefeated Kazakh import making his U.S. debut as Sadruddin Akhmedov takes on Antonio Top. Let's go back inside the ring to Matt Perino for our co-main event Fighters Walks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the co-main event of the evening. Introducing first to the ring, out of the blue corner.
Will be in town next week, Tuesday through Thursday. So come on out to the ballpark. They're playing good baseball. And to get your tickets, go to sfgiants.com/tickets. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. You're trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. It's Taylor Rogers. And how about a nice little hand for Mason Black?
Yeah, he threw the ball well. He dominated the outside part of the plate, the first base side of that plate. So a tip of the cap to Mason Black. Had an opportunity and really took advantage of it. Gave his team a chance to win after 5 solid innings.
Connor Norby with a swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Black had 6 strikeouts and did not walk anybody.
That's getting it done.
That is getting it done. High foul down the right field line. That'll be a souvenir.
Journey far and safe.
That's a good job.
Follow no directives.
No swing. It's a full count.
There's the line. 74 pitches. You want to be 75 or less after 5 innings. I mean, he was economical with his pitch count.
Hit well to left. I don't know if the ballpark's going to hold it. It is gone. And just like that, the Marlins get that run back. It's 3-1.
Well, he does it in a 2-strike count. That is what is going to upset Taylor Rogers. Take a look at the breaking ball. It just kind of hung right up there above the belt, and it had "whack me" written all over it.
I mean, it's been a tough series for Norby. He struck out 4 times in this series, hadn't had a hit, and now he's got a home run. There's a strike.
8 rounds in the middleweight division. The undefeated Saturday Akhmedov, hailing from Kazakhstan. He's 26 years old.
Sanchez had a hit, a single in the third as he rolls this one into left field for a base hit.
We go back to Napa Arena.
So here's Berger.
The ball starting to get ready.
Introducing first out of the blue corner, a veteran of 27 bouts with 9 of his victories.
Berger is popped out and struck out.
Standing 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 158.8 pounds. Tonight in the black truck, hailing
Fastball high.
Georgia. Here is Antonio Primo Todd. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding it
Off the end of the bat, tricky hop. Wisely's got it, and a little bit of a wide throw, so that'll kill any chance of a double play. When it's cued like that, you never quite know what kind of hop you're going to get.
Well, the important thing is you've got to get one out. There's the wide throw, and a nice play by Fitzgerald to extend out, become a first baseman at second base.
Stowers takes the strike.
Stowers played his college ball at Stanford.
Takes another strike.
Along with Pearl Gonzalez, Doug Fisher here as well. We are inside the Chumash Casino Resort in beautiful Santa Ynez, California. It is a site of Tom Loeffler's and 360 Promotions Hollywood Fight Nights.
Boy, fought off a good pitch.
Here we go, round 1 of our co-main event underway. Akhmedov in the red, Antonio Todd in the black.
0-2.
Spencer Bivens, he's ready to go.
Not exactly the normal weight class we could expect Akhmedov to.
Boy, you can see Stowers leaning. He was definitely thinking that something was going to be away. And he got it. And he rifles it into left field. And Bob Melvin said, all right, that's good. Time to try somebody else. So a run in on the home run by Norby. It's 3-1 Marlins, and we will be back.
His target right down the middle here. But Sadrigan is doing a good job of putting pressure, and it's not too rushed. He's not utilizing a lot of energy here. He's very efficient in his energy output and slowly working his way inside and finding his positions.
Todd throwing that really long jab out there. Halfway point here of round number 1.
Ooh. Nice left hook around the guard of Sadrigan. Ooh. Wow.
Getting busy here early is Todd.
Yes, he's doing a great job of establishing his range, maintaining his range, managing his range in this moment. And Sadrigan isn't pressing forward like that.
Oh my goodness! Todd in huge trouble.
Wow.
As he's trying to get back up on wobbly legs. Referee laying in the count. A huge statement early by the Kazakh in Akhmedov.
Goodness.
Akhmedov spells the blood, getting after it. As we continue action here in this opening round.
See if he can survive this. But Sadrigan all over Todd right now. Oh, those shots are big.
You only get one chance to make a first impression in Akhmedov, making it count here in his U.S. debut.
Goodness, these hooks are intense.
Referee taking a look. It is done. Sadrigan Akhmedov.
The San Francisco Giants may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
Bivens, the new pitcher. It's 3-1 Miami.
It's pitcher Bivens' numbers, 18th appearance on the year, 3-1 with a 2.48 ERA. Got good sink. He's got a good slider that can get ground balls, that can get double plays and get out of an inning.
Not that one. It's 1 ball and no strikes. In that game in Arizona, it's the Dodgers 6 and the Diamondbacks 6. Here it's 1-0.
Take a look at the end of this fight. Walk us through.
And a strike. Perfect pitch. Backdoor sink.
Around the guard, just powerful. This man, big shots around the guard, through the guard, under the guard, and Todd did not have an answer. The power was on full display tonight. As Sadrigan.
There's your ground ball. 1, 2. The damage, the home run by Norby. For the Giants, Ramos, Chapman, Conforto coming up.
Akhmedov, he might move down away, but he's a heavy-handed problem for anyone standing in his way.
Heavy-handed, he's ferocious, he's aggressive, he's intelligent. Incredible performance tonight from Akhmedov.
I said you only get one opportunity to make a first impression, and the first impression, it was a good one here in his U.S. debut. Akhmedov, again, someone to keep your eye on. And, you know, he wanted to make his country proud after maybe a less than stellar Olympic showing. Well, there's no medals here tonight, but that's a gold medal performance.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
Comes from a manager who's dealt with Triple G, and, you know, we sometimes don't know what a fighter
What
brings
path
when they
brought
fought
you
internationally
here?
and haven't fought stateside. Well, so far so good here at his U.S. debut. Sadrigan Akhmedov, I mean, he's a problem, and I can't wait to have him come back and see if anyone can solve that problem, because that was one-way traffic.
One-way traffic. I mean, he barely started to sweat. Incredible performance here.
Welcome, Outlander. Our lives are our own.
I mean, it was a quick night of work. You don't get paid by the hour, and yeah, he knew what he wanted. He came out, got it done, and did so in a very big way. All right, to make this one official, we go to Matt Marino.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Ivan Guerrero has called a stop.
Our forged paths intertwine.
The very first round, declaring the winner.
May your choices return you here.
Join a private Yahoo
Returning
Fantasy
to
League and enter the
task.
$1 million
Goodbye.
NBC sweepstakes. Plus, earn extra entries to win when players on your fantasy roster score a touchdown during an opening weekend game on NBC or Peacock. Download the redesigned Yahoo Fantasy app or go to yahoo.com/fantasymillion to learn more.
First pitch swinging. 1 out.
This is the statement you want to make on a new promotion.
Giants have their leadoff hitter on in this game. Well, they haven't. Here's Chapman, who's been on base twice. Cabrera runs that one inside. Pitch-wise, where are we at? 88.
88. Not that far off where he needs to
A
be.
new experience.
Tapper to third. More work for Brett.
Follow directives.
All right, Jim Young, what do you got?
Jim Young, the official scorer tonight.
There you see Jim doing his dance right before he makes the call.
All right. This is probably going to be an error. He throws low and Hensley cannot put a glove on.
He threw low because it was a difficult play.
Better throw low than high.
Here's good. What's that? Michael Conforto to knock him out of the yard.
Yeah, it'd be a good time to do it.
I got that here. 8:23 in Seattle. So anyway, it's not that long.
Tomorrow, September 1st, rosters expand to
Two balls and one strike. Hit right field. Chapman is going to get to third easily. Well, that's loud contest.
I don't think you hit any hard on this. This is a 112 line drive going to right field. He worked the count in his favor and top spins a line drive into right field. And Mel Stottlemyre going to come out and talk things over. They do have activity. Xavier Curry
Well, now a message from Supercuts.
Dads, reliable with their hair and jokes. Knock, knock. And when dads get a haircut, they get them all cut for a fair price. Honestly, could this many dads be wrong?
So Stottlemyre departs for Cabrera. He's going to try to do one thing here, and that's get a strikeout.
Well, with the 2-run lead, the middle infielders are staying back, so the corner infielders are playing short.
Look out. That's Chapman.
All right, get the job done. 2 for 3. Pretty good night. Side, and he's pounded that side of the plate. could take.
Yeah, he wanted to go, but he blew up.
And I don't think he's throwing that pitch tonight to Fitzgerald. That's the first time he's seen it. He's seen it about 2 strikes across. The ball's ready.
Down the line, a base hit. It's 3-2. Fitzgerald comes up with a base hit.
Again, a successful at-bat with runners at first and third, less than 2 outs.
And that's going to do it. Here comes Schumacher.
Goes right back in there again. Another job of digging out that inside pitch from Fitzgerald, staying inside it.
So we're going to get a new pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy, oil change and auto service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts.
At the 3 Arena in Dublin, you make your triumphant homecoming. Tell us how it feels to return to Ireland as a professional team.
Yeah, you know, it's unbelievable since the start of
Welcome, Outlander. Journey far and safe. May all paths be open to you.
It was amazing ever since Dana White announced that Callum's going to fight at the 3 Arena in Dublin. That video got 1 million views the first day. We're excited about going back to Dublin, his homecoming. Callum's a 6-time national Irish.
Aaron Baker. It'll be his major league debut when the rosters
May
expand
the
tomorrow.
choices return.
Dusty and his wife Melissa are on their way to Washington as we speak. And obviously, Aaron is the son of Dusty and Melissa Baker. That's that picture of
a
the
new
little guy.
experience.
Not a little guy anymore.
Let's commit our meeting to memory.
My goodness, what a play by Sanchez.
Take a look at the numbers for Xavier Curry. 8th appearance on the year, 0-2. 15 strikeouts against 5 walks and 24 2/3 inning. He's a 4-seam fastball slider guy. He's got a high release, and that slider's a straight down biter. He throws a lot of it in the dirt.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
It's the first time I've ever seen a name start out with an X followed by a Z.
Yeah, it's new for me.
Bailey goes the other way. Sanchez is going back, but he squares up. So here's Encarnacion, who's got 2 hits tonight.
All right, you want some information on Darren Baker?
Yes.
His 4 seasons in the minor leagues, he hit .286, 6 homers, 138 RBIs, and a .348 on base percentage.
What drives
He earned the right to be here.
I think it's safe to say, as here's the first pitch to Encarnacion, that he's the polar opposite
Returning
of
to
his father as a
task.
player.
Goodbye.
As far as he was more of an offensive guy with power.
An outfielder, total middle of the way guy, tough. Darren, a second baseman, really a star in the Pac-12, hit 303 at Cal. And more of an average hitter than a power hitter.
Popped up, right side. And that'll do it. So the Giants pick up a run. They get the run back. We'll head to the 7th, back to just a one-run lead for the Marlins.
Through his consistency and then showing up, he's answered every question thus far. And as he said tonight, he's going to answer the question on September 20th.
And you like the attitude that Callum brings time and time again. And Abel, I look at him, he's really a fighter's fighter. He doesn't care who's standing in front of him. He knows what his assignment is, and he goes out there and he puts on a show, and he hopes to do just that in front of a very fan-friendly crowd.
As Pearl said, they've developed that kind of attitude in him here by putting him in tough, putting him in kind of fights that he's going to have to learn. And he has progressed a lot faster than I thought he was going to. So this fight coming up is going to be very important for him, not only for his hometown and where he's from, but for him, like I said, on a world stage.
September 20th, Dublin, Ireland. That is where the King makes his next appearance as he puts his WBC Continental Americas title on the line, as well as his undefeated record. Dana White could be there, as will a whole lot of very happy Irishmen to see the King come home.
And lots of alcohol.
Yeah, apparently.
Just said.
Apparently that's where you go to get a drink in Ireland. So why not? Drinks and fights, always a good time. A good time here tonight inside the Chumash Casino Resort. We still have our main event to get to, the sweet Sugar Cane Sandoval, about to put his undefeated record on the line. The KO King from Sacramento, 13-0, takes on a very tough Romero Duno. We'll see what happens over the course of 10 rounds. All right, for our main event fighter walks, we go back inside the ring to Matt Perino.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final bout of the evening. Introducing first to the ring out of the blue corner, Romero Duno.
Well, they call him ruthless. Romero Duno making the walk. Pearl, he said he doesn't really like the attention, but he doesn't mind making the walk and performing in the main event spotlight. And tonight, he has a tough task in front of him as he hopes to become the first man to defeat Sugar Cane Sandoval.
Absolutely, and he said, you know, he wasn't thrilled with his last fight. He went home, he did a lot of work. He's been training over at Wild Card Boxing, had a phenomenal camp. His sparring, his just really improved for this fight, and as you said, he's here to make a statement.
No one has defeated Cane Sandoval yet, but Romero Duno said that he studied a lot of feels like he has scouted some openings, and we'll see if he can exploit those openings. It's always tough, though, to come into a fight against an undefeated fighter and being tasked to be the first one to dethrone them and put that O in the trash can and hand out the first defeat of his career.
Yes, and you know, I asked him, what kind of fight are we going to see tonight? And he said it all depends on his opponent. He believes that his experience is his strength in this fight tonight, and is going to utilize that tonight. And depending on what shows up tonight in Cane is the fight style that he's going to fight tonight.
All right, we are almost set for the arrival of Cane Sandoval. For more on our main event, we take a look at this package.
I don't think it's common for a guy to be doing 10-rounders at 12-0, 13-0.
In the state of Tennessee, I'm a licensed.
I feel like I was at that level. My coach Marcus felt I was at that level. My managers, my team.
But oh my goodness, you want to talk about force on display?
I feel like I skipped that prospect stage. Some people like think I'm talking too ahead of myself, but I feel like after my fight with Javier Molina,
100 to 90 for your winner.
It showed the world what I'm capable of. Going 10 rounds, then going 2 rounds again a month after, or a month and a half after.
Abe, so get out here and get your Funko Pop.
Here's Conine. Lopez can run. He goes. Bailey's got a shot. And wait a minute. Did they say Fitzgerald blocked the bag?
That's exactly what they're saying. Bailey cannot believe it. Okay, watch the left foot. Does he give him a lane? And he does step away. Now does he get the tag down? He's out.
I mean, he gave him a lane.
He gave him a lane. He moved that foot. Ryan Blakeney, the second base umpire, there's a lane there with the shoe opening up right there. It's just a matter of did he put the tag on in time, and we believe he did. So I think what Blakeney is saying is that there was no lane, but in looking at the replay, that left foot clears. This is a huge play in this game.
Well, 13-0 as the KO teams from Sacramento, California. Sugar Cane Sandoval goes for the 14th win of his professional career tonight in the main event spotlight. Pearl, we talk a lot about Callum Walsh, but
So they're not going to review it.
young man who shines time.
I don't know. Is it not reviewable?
He's also very young.
No, it's totally a reviewable play. But in watching the umpires have a view of it. Certainly the first base umpire, Jacob Metz, he can see the open lane. And with their discussion, apparently nobody said that there was a clear enough lane to overturn the ruling from Blakeney, the second base umpire.
Well, that's a bad call.
Well, it isn't a reviewable play once the umpire has made that ruling. The very fact that Bob Melvin asked them to go back there and reconsider and see if some other umpire, corner umpire, had seen it differently. Alan Porter, the crew chief, did.
Yeah, but how can Alan Porter, the crew chief, see anything?
Well, he's hoping that Metz, the first baseman, saw something that could have overturned the ruling.
It's going to be a productive out. So here's Hensley.
Well, this is where you need to get lucky. I mean, Bivens is going to try and strike out Hensley. But the Giants are bringing in the infield, and Hensley is a guy with power. And he's a middle away guy.
One ball and no strikes. Two of them. There's a strike.
Go over the slider. And Hensley, like I said, big guy. He's 6'6". And we've already seen him fight off some nastiness off the plate about 6 inches. He can get to that side of the plate.
Communication and
slowly hit. This is going to score a run. They get the out. Well, that's too bad. So here's Sanchez.
Makes a minute to shake his head. It's a bad break. Heads.
Big chop. So that's the benefit of a hit. The Marlins score a run. It's 4-2.
A new experience.
A lot of hype around.
Let's commit our meeting to memory.
Each and every time he takes the ring, and big weight cut for Sandoval as well, Pearl. When you look at boxers, they don't generally cut as much weight as MMA fighters do. Sandoval has a lot of MMA fighters, a lot of weight he cuts, and for that he brings a lot of power on fight night.
Wow, that's awesome. That he cuts weight, because again, not very many boxers do. But he is here and just finding fantastic positioning already. Has a beautiful, landed it several times. Oh.
He's got a very tough fighter in front of him. The man they call Ruthless, Romero Duno, training out of the Wild Card Gym.
All right, Carlos. Yeah, we've certainly not happy about what happened in that half inning. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts.
John McMillan, the new pitcher. 6th appearance, off to a good start. 8 strikeouts in 7 2/3. Basically a 2-pitch guy, 4-seamer and a slider from a 3/4 release.
Facing Wisely.
There's no easy fights, and Sandoval in there with a very experienced, very tough fighter in this main event.
Look at how he's intentional right now. So sharp.
2 balls and no strikes.
Finding some good targets. But one of the beautiful things that I love about King Sandoval is his efficiency when he fights. Not much movement from him. He does a great job of weathering storms.
Foul back.
Hey, look who made a play.
Yeah, nice job. So Wisely takes a fastball for a strike, 2-2.
He likes this high-pace fight. Sandoval opens up and shows he's able to get hit and then comes back and just lands big, ferocious combinations.
Bouncing ball, foul.
Eventually wears his opponent down. That's what I've seen.
He's not afraid of a fight, and a fight he has on his hands with Romero Duno. Very competitive opening round, and I think we're going to be in store for a good one over the course of
Out of play.
Putting up a fight. This is such a huge opportunity to get a leadoff hitter on. As Kay mentioned last inning, the Giants have not put the leadoff hitter on base yet.
On one hop to Norby at second. So here's Mike Yastrzemski. Yes, has an RBI. He picked up an RBI and a ground ball in the 5th. Swing and a miss. 97, and it's 0-1. Goes the other way. On the move is the center fielder, Stowers.
Wow, we're talking about a dramatic pre-pitch set. The way that they had Stowers in left center, I mean, that's as far over to the left center field side we've seen a center fielder all year long, and it went right to him.
Here's Canna. And it takes him to the backstop. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Definitely got that guy's attention in the first row, behind home plate.
One big heavy shot early.
And he's so efficient as the fight goes on.
Canna.
Moving unnecessarily.
And it takes him to the backstop, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Definitely got that guy's attention in the first row behind home plate. Got to be ready. All right, let's take a look at our fan in the stands. Look out!
Tried to act like it wasn't that big a deal, but I don't know.
Well, they're talking about it now.
Getting after it here in the second round are both gentlemen.
Both gentlemen are finding success in this round.
So McMullen with a nice inning. It remains 4-2 Marlins.
What motivates him? And he said simple, I just want to get out of my current situation. I want to help my family. And
big shot.
When you come from humble beginnings, Pearl, that's the greatest motivator of all.
Absolutely. His goal is to get his family out of the neighborhood that he grew up in. And he talks a lot about the neighborhood.
All right, let's check out our Arco top tier highest save percentage in the majors since July 20th. The Giants are on top since the 20th. 13 out of 15, Rays right behind them. Or actually, the Rays are have the same percentage. And then Tigers, Blue Jays, and Guardians. Here's Eric Miller to Connor Norby. It's time for a change. Then Speedy oil change and auto service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. So it's Eric Miller, and this will be his 60th appearance. So he's had a heavy workload this year, and he's had a good year. Got a 386 earned run average, and he just disposed of Connor Norby. Let's see, we went at him with a breaking ball. And a good one. Here's Jesus Sanchez, lefty against lefty. And he hangs in there on that breaking ball and fouls it out of play. The Marlins 4 runs on 7 hits. The Giants with 2 runs on 6 hits. Marlins are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. The Giants are 1 for 7. Another good breaking ball to make it 1-2. The Giants in the 8th inning will have the beef, Ramos, Chapman, and Conforto. The 1-2. And that is going to be a strikeout. So Miller with a strikeout to Norby, and now a strikeout to Sanchez.
Let's take a look at this breaking ball. Just disappear. See you later. Did he go? Oh, yeah. Not even close.
Here's Berger. Berger tardy, and it's 0-1. Up and in. 2 balls and a strike.
You see their will overcome one another in these moments. It's absolutely beautiful.
So it's 3-1.
Two-one changeup, not uncommon for Eric Miller. He's got 3 pitches, and he believes in all of them. Fastball, curveball, changeup. Backed it up.
Off of Berger, and it's 3-2.
In the books. I wouldn't want to be a judge because I have to do math, but I also wouldn't want to be a judge because this one's on the score for us.
Let's take a look at where it gets his foot.
Comes upstairs. This is a big moment he had this year. But then, as always, Kane does a great job of being efficient, taking the shots, and then finding a way in on his own. And look at the
That ball will find it.
It's going to hit it.
combinations that are coming from Kane. Both gentlemen.
Got him. Miller strikes out the side. So we got the middle of the order coming up. It'll be Ramos, Chapman, and then Conforto. Well, clear the shelters. NBC Universal's local nationwide pet adoption and donation campaign is celebrating its 10th anniversary. It's going to go through September 10th. Go to NBCMarion.com for more information. Jesus Tinoco is the new pitcher. And he throws a strike.
Take a look at the numbers for Tinoco. When it's time for change, the Expedia Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. And you're going to see sinker slider primarily from Tinoco.
Pache goes to center. Stowers goes to left. Was that 3 pitches?
Yeah.
So here's Chapman. Chapman's been on base 3 times. Takes low. Here's the ball. right now trying to get on for Michael Conforto.
What path brought you here?
One hot.
Our forced paths intertwine.
That was a rocket. 106. And I mean, a one hopper, that'll make you wish you played some other position. That is the hot corner special right there.
Here's Conforto, a solid single in the sixth. Drives this one way out into Triples Alley and gone. And back to a one-run game.
Get out of here in a hurry. 113 miles an hour, 418 feet.
Here's Fitzgerald. And this is rolled foul.
Home run number 15 for Conforto.
Good pitch, 1-2.
Some paint in the outside corner. Tinoco ain't exactly popping guys up right now.
Two and two.
And one thing about line drives, they're contagious.
Got him. So the Giants get closer. It's back to a one-run lead for Miami, and this one is bye-bye baby. It's 4-3 Miami. All right, stay tuned. Right after the game for Toyota Giants post-game live, Carlos Ramirez, Randy Wynn, they'll do the honors, and it's coming up right after the game. Here's Camino Duvall Throwing to Stowers, and there's a half swing and a miss.
49th appearance on the year for Duvall, 5-1, 4.47 ERA. Two types of fastball, forward, two seam, and a slider. Those are his weapons. 60 strikeouts in 46 and a third.
A bit high. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. One and 2 on the foul out of play.
One thing we saw in Stowers' last at bat, he's got a good two-strike approach to left field.
Rolls that one right past Jonah Bride, who's on deck. Got him.
Not this time. Two-seam fastball running hard away. That is not a cutter. Move it away from Stowers. Nasty.
Strike to Bride. Chapman. 2 outs.
Two good sliders from Duvall. When his slider's going good, it's got bite. It's got downward break. When he's underneath it, it runs flat. And the break is not sharp. It's got roll in it. And they're not rolling tonight.
Here's Otto Lopez, who looks at a strike. Foul. 0-2.
Get a piece of his foot. I think it did.
Got him. Well, it's going to be up to the bottom of the lineup. The Giants need 1 to tie and 2 to go home. Both teams with 7 hits. Marlins lead 4-3. The new pitcher is Calvin Fauché. He'll come in to try to get the last 3 outs.
51st appearance on the year. He's having a good season. 3.38 ERA with over a strikeout an inning. Not giving up a home run in 50 2/3 innings. Got a mid to high 90s 4-seam fastball. He cuts it. He's got a curveball and a slider, but primarily 4-seamers and cutters.
Here's Bailey. Bailey looking to get on for the first time in this game. It's a high fly ball, center field, but in the park. 1 out. Still not 1 inning have Giants got their leadoff hitter on.
Most innings from a start of the season without allowing a home run. Cronin with 62, Fauché with 50 2/3. That's doing it.
Yeah, here's Encarnacion. Fouls this one out of play.
And he just missed it. If you give up 1 home run every 10 innings, you're doing well. You give up no homers in 50 or 62 innings, you know, you get the idea how special that is. So I'm saying he's due to give one up.
Yes, he is. At this point, Walker's just playing catch. So 2 balls and 1 strike.
So he showed a curveball, but if he doesn't throw it for a strike, you don't even think about it.
See Lamont Wade, late night. Lamont is on deck. See if Encarnacion gets something that he can lean on here. 3-1.
So he throws a cutter on the inside corner, steals the strike.
Where's your pinch runner?
Grant McCray getting ready.
And hanging on is Sanchez for the strikeout.
And in the end, he gets him to chase that high fastball above the hands. And he just can't get that top hand on it.
So here's Wade. And a strike to Lamont Wade. A 1 hopper. There you see Lamont Wade's number is pinch hitting, and for those numbers are pretty good. Still holding out hope.
They're ready to cheer. And I got to tell you, I think they'll all be in tune.
That evens the count on the foul ball to 2-2. Got him. And that's the ball game. So game 2 in this series goes to the Marlins. Marlins with this win pick up their 50th win of the year. Giants hanging around that 500 mark, now fall 1 game under, and it'll be up.
Have you ever wondered why they suddenly vanished from your life? Could it be that you've cornered them with your truth? There's something eerie in the way they've all vanished. One moment, they were by your side. The next, they're gone. But this isn't a mystery. It's a consequence. The moment you uncovered their truth, you became the mirror they couldn't stand to face. And now the world is quieter, colder, because of what you know. The air bites at your skin, a relentless cold that seeps into your bones. But it's not just the weather that chills you. It's the reality of the world you've stepped into. The warmth of false friendships and shallow smiles has dissipated, leaving you surrounded by an icy silence. They've ghosted you. In this unforgiving landscape, it's you who holds the power. The cold truth is not your enemy, it's your ally, revealing everything that lies beneath the surface. And as they vanish into the shadows, know this: it's not because you're losing them, it's because they can no longer hide from you. The first reason they are ghosting you is that they fear your unpredictability. You've stepped into a world where boldness is your currency, switching careers with the audacity of a gambler who knows the deck is stacked in their favor, cutting toxic ties like a surgeon removing a malignant tumor, or suddenly excelling in your passions with a brilliance that blinds those who doubted you. They can no longer predict your next move, and that uncertainty gnaws at their sense of control. They thrive on knowing the rules of the game, but you've become the wild card that upends the deck, reshuffling the order they've meticulously crafted. Your unpredictability is like a storm that can't be forecasted, a force of nature that refuses to be tamed. They see you coming, but they don't know from which direction the winds will blow. It's not just that you've changed, it's that your change disrupts the very foundation of their lives. They ghost you because the chaos you bring into their well-ordered world is something they cannot endure. Your presence stirs the waters they desperately want to keep calm, and they're terrified of drowning in the waves you create. In the quiet corners of their minds, they've built fortresses of routine and predictability, walls that keep them safe from the unknown. But now, you're the force battering those walls, and they've chosen to retreat into the shadows rather than face the unpredictability that you embody. They fear the power you wield, the way your choices ripple outwards, disturbing the stagnant waters they've grown so comfortable in. So they disappear, ghosting you not because you've done something wrong, but because your unpredictability is a mirror reflecting their deepest insecurities. They can't handle the chaos you bring, so they choose the safety of silence over the storm you've become. The potency of your energy is the second reason they are ghosting you. Your presence has become a force of nature, a tidal wave that surges through every room you enter, crashing into those who are unprepared to face its intensity. You felt it at that gathering when conversations around you faltered and people subtly stepped back, as if the very air around you had grown too charged for them to breathe. They avoided your gaze, not because they didn't want to see you, but because your eyes now hold a power that pierces through the masks they wear. Your aura has expanded, growing more potent with each truth you uncover, each boundary you enforce. It's as if you carry the weight of 1,000 suns, and those who cannot withstand the heat are burned by your proximity. They ghost you, not out of malice, but as a subconscious defense mechanism, a way to shield themselves from the overwhelming energy you now radiate. Their fragile existence cannot endure the pressure your presence exerts, the way it disrupts the delicate balance they cling to. In their world, your energy is a storm that cannot be tamed, a wildfire that consumes everything in its path. They sense this power, this raw, untamed force that you've become, and it terrifies them. At that gathering, you were the epicenter of an invisible quake, the source of a vibration that rattled the very foundations of their comfort. So they pull away, ghosting you as if to preserve the crumbling walls of their reality. They cannot stand in the shadow of your energy without feeling dwarfed, diminished, as if their own light is snuffed out by your brilliance. This is why they retreat into silence, not because of what you've done, but because your energy has become too much for them to handle. You, as a mirror reflecting their shadows, are the third reason they are ghosting you. Your words, spoken in the depth of conversation, have the power to peel back layers they've carefully hidden, revealing the darkness they've kept buried. After one such conversation, where your truth cut through the surface and touched on a topic they've long avoided, they suddenly vanished. That friend, once close, now shies away from you, not because of what you said, but because of what you've made them see. In that moment, you held up a mirror, and in its reflection, they saw the parts of themselves they've spent a lifetime running from. You didn't just speak, you illuminated. Your presence has become a spiritual mirror, casting light into the corners where their fears and insecurities lurk. It's not something you planned or even realized, but the effect is undeniable. To them, you are no longer just a friend or a confidant. You are the reflection of everything they fear, every truth they've tried to suppress. Ghosting is their desperate attempt to shatter that mirror, to escape the uncomfortable truth that your presence forces them to confront. In their eyes, you are now a beacon of clarity, but clarity is something they are not ready to embrace. They see in you the power to expose what they've kept hidden, and it terrifies them. So they retreat, severing the connection as if by doing so, they can erase the reflection you've shown them. But the truth you've uncovered cannot be unseen. It lingers in the shadows of their mind, a reminder of the reality they refuse to accept. Their silence is not just avoidance, it's a futile attempt to escape the mirror you've become. They ghost you because they cannot bear to face the version of themselves that you've revealed, preferring the comfort of their illusions over the painful clarity you've brought into their world. The fourth reason they are ghosting you is that you're disrupting their comfort zones. When you laid bare your plans for a radical lifestyle change, it wasn't just words, it was a shockwave. Your declaration of evolution sent tremors through the ground they stand on, shaking the foundations of their carefully constructed complacency. Suddenly, the people in your circle began to distance themselves, as if the very air around you had grown too charged with the possibility of transformation. Your growth is a mirror they cannot avoid, reflecting their own inertia and forcing them to confront the unsettling truth that they are stuck. You are no longer just a part of their lives. You are a force of change, a catalyst that threatens the stability they've clung to. Your evolution is like a stone cast into stagnant waters, creating ripples that disturb the stillness they've mistaken for peace. They ghost you not out of spite, but out of a deep-seated fear of the movement you represent. Your progress highlights their lack of it. Your bold steps forward throw their hesitation into stark relief. In your presence, they are no longer comfortable. They are exposed, their excuses laid bare by the contrast of your ambition. They sense the shift in you, the drive that propels you towards something greater, and it unsettles them. To acknowledge your growth would be to acknowledge their own stagnation, and that's a truth they are not ready to face. So they retreat into the shadows, cutting off contact as if that will stop the ripple effect you've started. But the reality is, your evolution has already disturbed the waters of their lives, and no amount of ghosting can erase the impact you've made. They vanish because your presence forces them to see the bars of the cage they've willingly trapped themselves in, and your growth highlights the fact that they hold the key, yet refuse to use it. Their fear of being burned despite being drawn to you like moths to a flame is the fifth reason they are ghosting you. They've watched you from a distance, captivated by the brilliance of your light, the intensity of your presence. It's as if your very being radiates a heat that both fascinates and terrifies them. An acquaintance, once eager to connect, suddenly retreats into the shadows after stepping too close to the fire you embody. They were drawn in by the allure of your energy, the magnetic pull of your passion, but when they felt the heat of your world, They realized it was more than they could withstand. You are the flame that both attracts and repels. Your intensity is not something to be toyed with, and they've learned this the hard way. The closer they came, the more they felt the searing truth that your fire doesn't just warm, it consumes. They ghost you not because they no longer admire you, but because they fear being engulfed by the very passion that drew them in. Your light is too bright, your energy too potent for those who are not prepared to handle it. They thought they could bask in your glow, but instead, they found themselves singed by the reality of your intensity. In their minds, you are both the flame and the warning, a beacon that signals both attraction and danger. They can't help but be
Test. Test 1, 2. Testing, testing, test 1, 2. 1, 2, test, 1, 2. 1, 2, test, 1, 2. 1, 2, test, 1, 2. 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 Testing, testing, test 1, 2. Testing, testing, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Big chungus. Big chungus. Meep merp. Meep merp. Meep merp, meep merp. Meep merp, meep merp. No, test 1, 2. No, test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Test. Can you hear me? Test. Test 1, 2. Test check. Test 1, 2. Test check. 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 Test 1, 2. Check. Test 1, 2. Check. Test 1, 2.
Welcome, Outlander. May your choices return you here.
Tell me, what drives you?
Greetings, and bienvenue, Midnight Crew. Thank you for returning to this broadcast.
Must be
And welcome to new viewers joining us for the first time. If you like a video, then feel free to subscribe.
The Alien Tech Illuminati, how extraterrestrials are secretly running Silicon Valley. When you realize that your smartphone updates are actually extraterrestrial mind control programs, have you ever wondered why your phone needs an update every other week? Or why tech companies seem to know your every move? Buckle up /X/ because the truth is out there, and it's more bizarre than you could ever imagine. In the late 1980s, tech magnates didn't just invent the internet, they discovered it. A crashed UFO in Silicon Valley provided early tech pioneers with alien technology, sparking the rapid advancement we see today. But it didn't stop there. The aliens struck a deal with human elites to covertly influence the development of technology. Here's how it works. Microchips from beyond. Every device contains microchips made from alien materials that allow for unprecedented data collection and manipulation. Algorithmic control. The techno-greys provided the blueprint for advanced algorithms, enabling tech giants to predict and control human behavior, turning users into data-producing drones. Mind control updates. Those constant software updates? They're not for fixing bugs. They're subtle brainwashing tools designed to align human thought patterns with extraterrestrial agendas. The cloud connection. The cloud isn't just data storage, it's a massive interconnected hive mind that the techno-greys use to monitor and influence humanity in real time. VR and AR, virtual and augmented reality technologies are prepping us for the day we live in a fully simulated alien-controlled world where physical reality becomes obsolete. How to escape the alien tech Illuminati? Go analog. Ditch your smartphone for a basic non-smartphone model. Use landlines and analog technology wherever possible. The fewer microchips in your life, the better. Build Faraday cages. Protect your devices by storing them in Faraday cages when not in use. This can help block unwanted extraterrestrial signals and surveillance. Opt for open source software. Use open source operating systems and software. These are less likely to contain hidden alien code, as they can be reviewed and audited by the community. Decentralize your data. Avoid cloud storage and keep your data on local encrypted storage devices. This makes it harder for the techno-greys to access and manipulate your information. Digital detox. Regularly disconnect from all digital devices. Spend time in nature and engage in activities that do not involve technology. This helps reset your brain from potential alien influences. Protect your mind. Engage in mindfulness and meditation practices. Strengthen your mental fortitude against potential alien mind control attempts. Awareness and a strong will are your best defenses. Form resistance cells. Connect with like-minded individuals who are aware of the alien tech conspiracy. Share information, strategies, and support to resist and expose the techno-greys. Stay vigilant. Be cautious of new technologies and their rapid implementation. Question and research their origins and potential hidden purposes. Next time you get a notification for a software update or see a self-driving car, remember, it's all part of the alien plan.
Information about alien activities. Hi 4chan. I'm told this is the traditional place to drop some information of unusual characteristics. I'm a part of my country's program for the study of alien activities. Many countries do have a similar structure to mine. We know for many decades now that aliens are active here on Earth for at least centuries, but much more likely for millennia now. They exhibit no aggressive behavior that we ever identified, except when fleeing is not an option. Our best hypotheses are that they are here to observe and research. We do not have direct contact with them and believe that no other country does. We believe that the aliens are most likely some sort of biological robot, due to the absence of identifiable biological structures we can associate with reproduction, but also due to the lack of structures for metabolic products excretion. Internally, we call them drones, even though we have no reason to believe that they have any similarity to bees. We call the hive to the object where we believe they originate. It's an object that is around 200 meters in the largest axis and 70 in the other axes, and is usually in the North Atlantic near the ridge. You may wonder why I'm telling you this. We were wanting for some time now to tell the truth, since we believe that they are not dangerous, and we could use some extra resources and knowledge on their study. We believe that the idea that people would panic and wouldn't be able to adapt is incorrect. Of course, other agencies tend to disagree with this, and since we cooperate somewhat, we don't tell all we know. So the idea is to drop some info for the public so that people start adapting their worldview. So anyway, I'll be here for a bit. Ask me what you wish to know. I'll answer to the best of my ability. I'll say if I can't answer and won't lie unless I have very good reasons for it.
Not sure, but your thread made me think the sticky was undone for a sec. Nice ruse. Aliens, I doubt most people would care about their disclosure. It would be like, oh cool, until or unless the aliens began changing or interfering with our way of life. Then it would be a problem, but simply knowing wouldn't change a thing.
Any coordinates or an idea of where this hive is? What kind of tech have we recovered? Is any of their tech used in our daily lives that we simply don't know about?
Hi there. Thanks for the questions. The hive is mostly around the mid-Atlantic ridge north of the Azores. We have occasional detections near Iceland, but it tends to be closer to the Azores. Sometimes we have detections off the ridge, but those are not common. Maybe every 2 or 3 years for like a month or so. We have a record of a single time when it went below the equator. It was around 2010, give or take a year. We have plenty of artifacts, plenty of tech was developed from it. Actually, my main job is coordinating research with different countries. We have a sort of loaning system in place where we share some artifacts for research. Part of my job is to oversee that from our side. Tech that has alien origins, well, there is plenty of stuff if you use a loose meaning for alien origin. What we do, and what most do outside military stuff, is just to get a few scientists and they study the artifacts and publish their findings without any mention of how they got to the ideas. Technology then usually follows from those basic publications. But yeah, mostly material science, there is plenty of stuff there. My focus now is for a project in anti-fooling materials. Okay, maybe I should explain why we have plenty of artifacts. Basically, we are picking up their trash. They use mostly discardable tech and don't seem to care much if we pick up some of their leftovers. We have quite a bit of material that we acquired, and normally when they fly a mission, as we call it, someone gets some more artifacts when we can detect them. Our origin as a department is actually as a sort of a museum for unusual objects, and only in the 30s we started our focus on the extraterrestrial artifacts, once we realized what they were. For the comment that says people won't care, I agree. That is actually our position on the subject and the reason we want disclosure, but some do believe that some will go completely crazy, and that there will be huge instability because of that. Also, some of the largest countries tend to like secrecy, because they can spend more resources in secret, and thus can reap more rewards. We and most of the rest of Europe are pro-disclosure. France and the UK are exceptions. The US was anti, but it seems to be warming up to the idea recently. China is anti. I do not know about Russia.
Oh, this is interesting. OP, have you or any of your affiliations picked up anything about a group who has been causing issues with other aliens groups? I had a friend telling me that they engineered this weird device that allows them to pick up weird signals from space. He stated that he kept hearing about some guys dressed in all black who use old-fashioned weapons like swords, along with modern weaponry that might be heading their way. Then one day, it was just silent from the group he was listening to, and it's been nothing but radio silence from that group and the other couple of different groups he had discovered via this odd device.
All right, OP, I have a few questions. 1. Do you have a department to research the link between ancient stories, myths with aliens? 2. Does your country possess any intact space, air, craft? Does it work? 3. Are you aware that other countries possess intact working crafts? 4. Who is the most collaborative country? 5. Thoughts on the Little Mexico aliens? Fake? Potentially real? 6. What's the timeline to get all this information truly public? By 2030 or maybe 2050? 7. Which country is the least inclined to take the info public? Is it the USA? These dudes are so gatekeepy. 8. Can you communicate with the drones, or are they running a very tight script? 9. Roughly how many people are working on this research? Like 100K worldwide? Less? 10? What's next? Are we ever going to establish contact with them, or just wait around with their space junk? Why is everyone taking a passive stance instead of a proactive stance? We should communicate and trade with them if they're not hostile. 11. Do politicians know or just the military?
1. We do have an historian archaeologist, but her work is mostly searching for stuff in documents, museums, and such, and the occasional dig. Found a couple of things over the years. We have no proof of ancient human interaction with them, but can't disprove it, of course. 2. We do not possess any intact object that complex. We have parts, though. 3. Several countries do possess them. They are not intact or working as far as we know, but the USA, China, and France at least were able to reproduce a good part of the technology. I'm no physicist, and this is more on the military side, and I don't know much of that, but supposedly it is something that shields from gravity, but at the same time it needs to have gravity to function. So they can go to orbit pretty well, but not really good for space travel. Can't understand their underwater behavior yet, though, as far as I know. Other that have goods artifacts such as those, Brazil, Russia, South Africa, Italy. 4. This depends from country to country, of course, alliances and all that. We are a part of NATO and coordinate a bit there, but that is mostly tracking of the hive. The Germans are pushing for a unified EU program, but nobody really cares apart from them, since they are very artifact poor. We have surprisingly good relations with China, and have mediated some issues with them. Bad relations, I would say only the Russians, really. Or better yet, not bad, but close to inexistent. 5, I Googled and saw some images that seem very fake. Also, those would be very, very high-value artifacts. Someone would have them already. I wouldn't rule it out completely because we have proof that although the drones are very similar to those popular alien images, their phenotype occasionally changes. We know that they had drones more similar to humans before. Maybe that is another change. 6. No timeline as far as I know. 7. Probably China. The US also is against it, but it seems to be changing. 8. We have found no way to communicate. We believe they are programmed in the hive, probably at a genetic level, and are incapable of much thought beyond that programming. 9 people that know extrapolating for the global population. It would be around 20,000 based on my country's numbers. That feels correct. Some countries will have higher, other lower, but that 20K global is probably right. Of course, some are working for us without knowing. That expands the numbers a bit. As for researchers per se, much less. I will answer no more specifically than this, sorry. 10. We have found no way to communicate. Some are very happy to just get their junk. We wish to have more brains trying to figure this out. 11. On our case, both know. Other countries, it varies if the politicians know, but normally they do. When I say politicians know, I don't mean every politician. Our PM doesn't know, for instance. The president does, as do all the ones before him, but we have actually no obligation to tell.
I've seen a few weird things in the sky over my life, but that's not when I saw an alien. I was in bed, sleeping, and it was like a waking dream. Not sleep paralysis. I could move and get up and was not scared. Where my bed was at the time, there was a window that showed just outside my back steps and nearby forest. I'm not sure exactly how it started, but at some point I became aware that some green-furred creature was watching me, peering out from the corner of the bedroom door on the side by the back door. It was so strange. It's like its skin was green, but its hair was also green. Its eyes were the weirdest part. It had whites around its pupils, but the center of the eyes did not appear to have color and was just black. Its eyebrows were as hairless as the rest of it. The only thing distinguishing them were the seeming muscles that the face of the creature that was staring at me. He was tall, but neither bulky nor slight, but of normal proportion. It had somewhat of a reptilian appearance, but this thing was definitely a mammal. I didn't see any expression of menace or malice, but instead I felt as though whatever that thing was caring for me, like it was looking out for me. After what felt like maybe 5 minutes, the creature skulked away, and I saw it disappear into the woods. I never felt any threat whatsoever from it. It never spoke a word to me, but I felt information exchanged. When I looked upon it and fully embraced what I was seeing, it was like I was overcome with comfort, calming, and love. This happened to me years ago. It's a really, really vivid memory, but everything surrounding it is vague to me. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but knowing where I was at the time, I know it must have been sometime 6 or 8 years ago. Sometimes I get the sense that there's this big invisible thing hovering over my home, and I've dreamed that there's some wise man in it that's protecting me from something.
Saw a vessel that rose straight up from the ground, straight up, and moved smoothly through the air alongside the car I was in, at a level and sustained altitude until, well, the best way I could describe it, it went quantum speed and zipped off to the horizon. No noise, just a line of the light it gave off, like a zip. 1 second there, the next it was gone. Absolutely silence. No build-up or charge, just from car speed to near teleportation. I recall it clearly, and it was witnessed by all 3 of my siblings, my dad, the driver, and my mother. Happened in my childhood, in the 90s. Pops, bless him, tried to race it and shrugged off me and my siblings, shitting ourselves, because we were scared of being abducted by saying, well, they will or they won't. He was excited while I was panicking that E.T. would use his finger. Vessel looked like the bat symbol. Me and my dad, years later, decades really, ran into Bigfoot on the same road. Pops drove up to it and leapt out of his car to try and get a look at it. Bigfoot moves fast, because he got the hell out of there in the seconds it took the car to speed up and my dad to get out of it. I swear if congenital heart disease doesn't kill him, something supernatural will. Maybe the Mothman.
Reminds me of my uncle, except he doesn't go chasing them. He's more like a magnet.
I've seen some oddities in the sky if they count, but never an alien. Only one of them was close enough to make anything out. One of them passed by too fast to really see anything. And the other was so far up it was impossible to make anything out. You could just see the movements. They're here, bros. And they've been here for a long time.
Usually, if you saw them, you are only remembering part of the memory, and they were doing things in contact with you across the time before or after, by either minutes, hours, days, or weeks. Often the single memory you have access to can be examined to expose additional memories. If you are up to the challenge, you can develop full conscious awareness of the beings from the stars. Most humans are not able to get it done. But it's just ordinary beings and extraordinary technology. If you do manage to get into the process of discovering how to perceive it, that is reality, accurately.
Well, I am speaking from my own direct personal experience, so there's that.
What I mean is that
All's
I have
quiet,
my own
Commander.
fully recovered memories, several years of interactions with the beings from the stars, and the experience of either seeing the beings with others present and then watching them become unable to concentrate on their own experience, causing them to completely forget about it. And I have also met people who had a partial memory, like what I was referring to, and I was able on at least one occasion to help someone else to focus on their own memories and begin the process of
Nonsense. I thought being the speaker was...
An honor. Aye, until it wasn't. A song everywhere. And nary a peep for me. And now, dragged to the ends of the earth. And my family, too.
I can't offer you any comfort. I admit that
You're in the same boat, aren't you, lad? But the light seems a fairer master. I doubt it has left you truly undoing.
I could say the same of you and Azeroth. I don't think it's you. I think there is much we don't know.
That may be. But if I were you, I'd enjoy my break from being a king and savior of the world. Figure yourself out. Rest.
My relationship with the light is not like yours to Azeroth. But I can see what you mean.
Even now I'm bound to serving Azeroth. These earthen They're a funny lot. Odd traditions, superstitions.
What do you mean?
Oh, you know, titans, edicts, Thragar.
Some of them have been calling me Arathi, like the ancient human empire. I wonder how they know of it.
Aye, I heard that too. I don't know what to make of it. The Earthen are also an ancient people. They might be just remembering ghosts.
But it seems like the Arathi were here, recently. Why would the Earthen have an inn with proper food and beds if they don't need them?
Do you think the Arathi are here, somewhere in Kazalgar?
I don't see how. But it bears investigating.
finding the additional memories and begin with the fully conscious interactions. So I am not the average person who is just spouting bullshit and confused guesswork. When I say interactions, I mean the full spectrum across technology applications that range from directly tangible physical material and a physical presence to technologies of communication and cognitive imagery and the technologies of detachment of consciousness from the corporeal physical body. Most people who have memory will never see very far into their own experiences due to the confusing layers and various applications of this wide range of technologies.
Smartphones, internet, AI are planned rollout of alien tech. Stories of CIA witnessing this tech in labs and abductees seeing aliens with tablets and smartphone-like tech on board of their ship are abound. Fiber optics leaked from Roswell. Transistors were discovered shortly thereafter. If this is true, then the entire tech rollout of the past few centuries, including industrialization and debt currency that funded it, are alien invasion plots. Discuss.
Why, therefore, a plot towards an invasion? Why is the implication sinister? Let's say we found tech on crashed vessels. Perhaps just overall the tech is too dangerous for us to know about all at once, that we are too irresponsible as a planet for such potentially destructive tech. Tech that could be so advanced to us that it could literally form and destroy planets or stars or black holes with ease. Who knows? So to slowly integrate beneficial tech would be the smart and responsible move, right? Perhaps even suppressing knowledge to the point of making us believe our current level of technology is destroying the planet is necessary too, given that the alternative could be so destructive in the hands of irresponsible humans that it's deemed necessary to roll out very slowly. Even the advancement in social connections is problematic, with people arguing over the internet on their phones on social media all the time. If that is a slow rollout, the initial step is fraught with complications already, without thinking further down the line with what we would do with free energy tech. On the other hand, if the motives were sinister, I don't quite understand why they'd go about it this way. What advantage is there in slowly introducing humans to new technology? Why educate them to use the tools that are there to ultimately be their downfall? Unless there has been some sort of deal with the powers that be to let them eventually have control over their planet's populace, in exchange for something from our planet, a resource or something. I can't see aliens being that interested in using us.
Okay, Rick, pay attention. This was when the Blue Jackets went on the ice. There it is.
Philosophers have said tech is an autonomous force with its own will that is attaching itself to humans, that is more and more becoming apparent with AI. The Apple logo and even Google Play logo, Lucifer sigil, have been covered a lot. It alludes to the Promethean fire given by the gods to humans, and to the fruit of the Garden of Eden, where they were told if they ate of it, they would die. Then the serpent said, they won't die, but become gods. So Eve ate of it, and something does die. To become a god means to lose your humanity. Demolition was disclosure, not fiction. It is going to irrevocably alter us once it gets to the embryo manip stage. Already they're making mice with 3 parents. They spent a long time stigmatizing families for obvious Depop purposes, but it also has a hidden side effect of handing over human reproduction to corporations and increasingly getting us accustomed to artificial intervention like IVF. Humans will become cloned. This all exploded at around the same time, and the slow rollout of primitive tech and network computing. And if you look into the older structures, industrialization has irrevocably changed the old world and reshaped social stratification, materializing and equalizing it. If you know anything about social classes in the old world and its spiritual basis, tech comes with materialism. It philosophically changes us. To change the psychology of a human eventually trickles down to changing him physically, eventually to cybernetic integration. It's all extremely orchestrated and way too coherent to be accidental. Maybe we simply have the wrong idea of what constitutes alien, as some say, other life forms. Why should they be anthropomorphic? Maybe tech is the alien life form. People have said this. Peasant revolts are usually precipitated by philosophies of the impermanence of things, like evolution or Buddhism or relativism. The Buddhist philosophy famously spurred a Kshatriya revolt against the Brahmana, the higher caste in India, because it dissolved the permanence of Brahman and the ordering principle of that monistic concept. It is what is pushed by these secret societies and alien cults. Aliens say this stuff to contactees while having references to Venus. Heraclitus also had theories of impermanence, and these were combated by the Eleatics, who combated it with a reductio ad absurdum. Zeno of Elea said that in order to promote eternal change, one would eventually have to deny change itself. Eternal flux is opposite to monism. Flux is intrinsically tied to ideologies because it is the act of negation. It requires the dialectic contradiction of Hegel and Marx. To the pre-Socratics, dialogue was a literal discussion. To Hegel and Marx, it relies on contradiction and discord of opposites. The latter, who references Mephistopheles repeatedly in his writings by saying universal suffrage, should utter, "All that exists deserves to perish." Eternal flux seems to be the cross-cultural satanic ideology par excellence. It moves with an intention contrary to the intention of our designer. That is my main point. Look at the sigils, references to the apple and Promethean imagery. We are being dissolved by this opposition force, and two factions will form, the anti-tech Luddite people and the full modified people. It seems like the former will align with the Creator and the latter with the new creation. We see these divides already forming. If you put it all together, at the very least it looks like a different faction of higher beings are hijacking the creation of the old one to modify it to be something else. This is explicitly so in alien abduction hybridization programs. They plan to create a different kind of being that can integrate with this system. The explanations given for the flood was widespread genetic manipulation. Pure specimens of the creation had to be sourced to restore the planet to the way it was before. And then you get into stories of Atlantis angering the gods so much that it had to be smashed and genetically damaging life on Earth with gene manipulation tech. All of the social movements seem to move with a hatred for humanity. Atlantis and Satanism are tied together. They rebelled against Olympus and were smashed by Zeus for their folly in the traditional telling. Gnostic and demonic conceptions literally invert the moral order, and social radical movements are based in Satanism and seethe with a hatred for all traditional institutions of humanity, in the end materializing us and making us more technological towards whatever this modified human, the new man, is.
The discontented vacationer. I have no proof, it is anecdotal, and I will include things to discredit myself in the eyes of skeptics. I am a human with an alien soul. I feel comfortable writing this now because much of the information has been shared in other places. In my opinion, there is a lot of misinformation around the subject of the phenomena of aliens, and I unfortunately am in a place where I cannot know for certain until I reflect on it to see if anything emerges personally. What I will say initially is, my task here has been to observe you and to experience life from the human perspective. This is largely a begrudging task, and I feel uncertain of its accuracy, because both humans and animals know on some level I am different. To what degree I cannot say for certain. I have gone through great pains to experience various levels of human experience for my assessment, and I didn't realize I was doing it until later in life. I also have rules I follow that I can get to later. Much of this narrative I uncovered after some deep reflection and strange memories and interactions with the others, who I by no means have constant contact with. In fact, they tend to try and avoid me. I don't think I am LARPing. At this point, I have shared things with a therapist for long enough, and things came to light in the public eye that match up too uniquely to ignore. Also, there are a few reasons I didn't want to share until the information was loosely public knowledge. That way, I have a scapegoat for those trying to protect the knowledge and a reason for people to disbelieve. That said, I have already made friends with a federal agent, so if you'd like to target me or contact me, please do it through him. Full disclosure, I am on both the schizophrenia and autism bell curve. My diagnosis is schizotypal if you want to discredit me there. I was born before computers were in the household. My earliest memories were being confused at the lack of technology around me. I was expecting much more from them and tried to access them by thought. This was not a form of imagining or play. As it was before I learned how to use the tool of sarcasm, I was a very literal child. I was also by no means a normal child. I didn't speak until I was 5, and only started because my parents were worried about me and thought of bringing me to a doctor. The truth was, I didn't think I could add anything to the conversation. My late childhood was spent largely in meditation. I got to a meditative point where I could forego sleep. Much of my meditative focus was on a thing I called chi. Through this practice, I cultivated my own thoughts on spirituality, none of which are definitive. I was likely visited in my youth because I remember the feeling and the flash of light, but those memories are vague. Barring one encounter where I saw quite plainly a large disc over my house as my father was driving me home. He'd seen it on that encounter, but didn't remember it afterwards. How I think souls work from my experience in meditation is they live somewhere in the body and are the light that shines through the self. When one passes the memories and data stay with the body, the soul moves on. I think the soul changes in subtle ways throughout its time in having any form, and memories can be stored or linked to it. I think the greatest resource and first actual cover-up societally, at least in English-speaking countries, is the chi phenomenon. To me, the out-of-body experience or remote viewing is just scratching the surface of what is possible through the practice. My memories are brief but telling. I needed to define a few terms to get us here. Mostly they're feelings. I remember being connected to a web of beings and feeling loved in a consensus-based psychic connection. I remember talking without needing my voice. I still have the feeling that surrounds my head, although it is much weaker. The sense informs me of many things.
Hello, my friend. So you're making important decisions in your life at this present moment. That's fabulous. In any given moment, we have opportunities to make choices that are important and impactful to our lives. But here's the thing. What if I offered the perspective that it's not the specific choice you're making that is as big of a deal, but it is the way you are consistently making choices that is actually affecting the outcome of your reality in a huge, significant way. Now, if you found this video, it's my perspective that you're someone who is choosing to make more aware, authentic, and deliberate choices in your life. In fact, it's my perspective that if you found this video, you're probably at a juncture in your life where you're just no longer interested in doing things or focusing on things that don't resonate with you on some level. And you may be finding yourself at some very important choices, some very important places in your life where you feel maybe on one end you need to choose between what you've been doing or what you've known and perhaps some opportunities to really leap in to a new life or maybe a more passionate life. And in this video, it's my intention for all of us to connect with some deeper perspectives and understandings that help us remember how to make those empowered choices from the fulcrum, from the center of who we truly are.
Communication and...
I'm Danielle Lynn, and it's wonderful to connect with you. Like I said, because I perceive you as someone who, on some level, is a teacher, a creator, some reality explorer. And on this channel together, we explore topics such as using practical magic, so to speak, to live very satisfying lives. And so, in today's conversation, we're exploring, like I said, how you can navigate choices in a satisfying way, especially if you're looking at something from the perspective of either or. Because you see, from my experience in reality, the place where you have all the power is right here.
Tinfoil hat. Oh, what the fuck are you guys even talking about?
Global controls will have to be imposed, and a world governing body will be created to enforce them.
Welcome to Tinfoil Hat. We go deep, homeboy. Aaron, open your mind. Drink from the fountain of knowledge. There's lizard people everywhere. That's some interdimensional shit. Wake up, Aaron.
This is only the beginning.
Dude, you just blew my mind.
Are you ready to get your mind blown?
Good morning, Swarm, and welcome to Tinfoil Hat. You know I am. You know I'm here to do. I'm here to join me as always, Xavier Guerrero, and on the ones and two, Jay Nice, Juicy Johnny, live from the Wise Wolf Gold and Silver Studios. That's right. Go to samtripoli.gold. Use the promo code TINFOIL and get in the precious metals game for as little as $50 a month. Guys, go to samtripoli.com. Check out events. I got Long Beach on Wednesday, and then I'm going to have Comedy Chaos on September 10th. And I'm here to announce that Quiet is officially, I believe, done. Look for it. It should be out soon. My new hour special. I hope you guys enjoy it. Let's get into it. We got Mind's Eye podcast, Josh Rodriguez, to talk about something really interesting, Vanilla Sky. Let's get into it.
Drink from the fountain of...
All right, let's get into it. He's got a great YouTube channel. He's got a great podcast called The Mind's Eye. Please welcome Josh Rodriguez. How are you, brother?
I'm great, man. Just chilling. It's pretty nice right now in New York City, because that's where we're based.
Yeah, dude, it's gotta be crazy to be in New York City, to be a conspiracy theorist. It just seems to be like, I don't know. It just seems to be more popping off, the occult, the globalist stuff in New York City than it is in LA.
Imagine being in Israel as a conspiracy theorist. You know,
that's got to be weird, bro.
That's
got to be a weird.
That's got to be a weird ass vibe, dude. So, Josh, so for those who may not be familiar with you, your show, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and where our listeners can find you?
Yeah, so you guys can find me pretty much anywhere. If you search at The Mind's Eye, we should be the first search result by now. So we're on YouTube, Spotify, Instagram. If you might have seen our short clips on TikTok and Instagram as well, same name, The Mind's Eye Podcast. And, you know, what we do, we just talk about, you know, conspiracy theories or just theories in general, and sometimes spiritual stuff that connects to the theories. And we just like to talk about the things that are like underneath and go really deep into the theories. You know, some other channels that I've been watching growing up sometimes don't dive deep enough into certain topics. So that's where we come in and we just give you like, you know, the rabbit in the hole, basically.
I love that. And I think it's very interesting because that what you talk about with conspiracies is how I feel about comedy. And it's just like, comedy is in such a horrible place right now. But I don't know if you can fix it because what people want is really simple. And they don't want any depth. And like what you're talking about when you're going deep, deep, deep into these into what's in the underbelly of these conspiracies. That's what I love to talk about on stage. And for some reason, people are it's not just even the crowds in LA. It's just the people in LA, the comics in LA hate it too. It's like, it's a very weird thing. So I'm with you on that, man. Doing deep dives into this stuff is kind of crazy. So you got YouTube channel, you got Twitter, Instagram, all those links are below. You came to see us at the Dojo of Comedy in Morris Plains, New Jersey, my club with my good friend Mike Romanelli. You started telling, I think you came up and you made a couple, we always do Q&A, and I think you came up and said some stuff, and I was like, you gotta come on the show, let's do it. And here we are, dude. It's fucking great. What is your take on just we'll get into Vanilla Sky because I want to talk Vanilla Sky, but I kind of want to get into like what do you think's going on in America right now?
Ooh, yeah, I think a lot of stuff is definitely going on in America right now. I mean, especially here in New York City, I've experienced firsthand the bunch of immigration that was coming here in New York City. Actually, where we're shooting right now is near those sanctioned hotels that they just took over. So I'm starting to really see, like, you know, the actual policies that are actually affecting, you know, the everyday life here in New York City. It's a lot more dangerous around Times Square now. Like, I don't like walking home at night near Times Square anymore. Before, Times Square used to be like a very touristy spot. I mean, it still is. You can still go during the day, but during like the night, you know, you don't really want to be over there.
Super interesting, dude. Because there was like this weird kind of like New York City's been through all these phases. Like before Giuliani, there was parts of New York that were really shady, the hookers, the strip clubs, the adult bookstores, and that kind of got flipped, and now everyone was super safe. And now here we are, we're back to where it's like crazy at night. And it's like you got to watch yourself, which is kind of crazy because it's really bad for your safety, but great for art. Like great art comes out of this where you just talk about like all the grittiness and everything but comedy will be gritty. Everything like television, movies, everything will get grittier. Comedy will get dumber, but that's a different show. But we seem to be in this phase right now where it's like, it's almost becoming Gotham City,
you don't think it's a pendulum? You don't think all of a sudden it'll get real bad and then someone will come in and clean it up again? Or you just think they don't care?
I mean, it could ebb and flow for sure. It's definitely possible. But at this point, it's in a place where, like, we're not getting their best, dude. They're not sending us their best.
No.
They're sending us their worst, bro, on purpose. That's how you know everything's all oligarchies help oligarchies.
Did you see that video that I don't know who the guy is he put out today where he was trying to get like someone claiming to be an undocumented immigrant into the DNC, and they were like, no, you can't, he can't come in here. And they're like, wait, you mean he needs an ID and what, like papers or something? And it's so funny, dude. It's so funny.
It's that. Well, who's the art of war? Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu,
man. You know, if you stand by the bed of the river long enough, what's the saying?
The bodies of your enemies
will float by, right?
Past,
yeah, that's it. That's it. Eventually, people will show themselves. They don't want you to have IDs to vote, but you need an ID to get into Kamala Harris's her speaking
Lil
engagement.
Jon concert. Yeah.
You're right. You don't defund the police except for at our convention, right? It's like absolutely insanity. It's absolutely insanity. So, yeah, man. Thanks for bringing. I just want to make sure that I'm not the only one that isn't going. Is everybody losing their fucking minds?
Yes, daily. I think what's going on right now, to answer your question beforehand, I think there's a lot of noise going on. That's what I like to call it. Just a lot of bullshit just going on. So we're just focused on little bits of things that add up to a bigger, larger scale of bullshit that's happening. And we're so fucking distracted that kind of like how, you know, in the Colosseum in Rome, how they would have the Colosseum and, you know, to have shows going on so they could pass laws while we're focused on people cutting their heads off. It's kind of the same concept right now where we have so much shit going on right now that they're passing laws and shit that we don't know about. And then like 10 months later, we're like, oh, fuck, I can't do this anymore. Like, what do you mean? So that's kind of like what I feel like is going on right now.
No, I totally agree with you. And the people pushing this are the incredibly, the rich, just these rich trust fund Ivy League kids who life doesn't really affect. So they're allowed to just fantasize about, you know, how the world should work. And we talk about all the time, you know, fighting these windmills, but they're pushing a narrative. And it's like, forever I really hated the term, like deep down inside, I hate the term sheeple because it really reduces people to almost like livestock.
Yeah, I feel the same way about NPC too, even though I was,
But man,
used to use that a lot.
When you watch this DNC shit and they're like,
Yeah.
the great state of New Jersey,
That's it,
casts
baby.
all of their delegates for Kamala Harris, and they cheer like
What
they've
else
done
could they be? They're like those otters, you know, with like that.
They're sea,
You know,
they're
AI
sea
photos?
lions right at the zoo.
Yeah,
They're like,
that's it. Sea lions. Yeah.
da.
So dumb. What were you saying?
Have you seen those AI photos that they were putting on Twitter?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that shit was freaky. I was like, no way they thought this was gonna pass.
Oh, wait up.
Come on.
They used AI at the rally?
No, they were doing that.
They started using these AI photos to show how packed Kamala Harris's fucking conventions were, and it was clearly AI. Like an idiot could point it out. Like it was clearly AI, and they were putting it out there, and people were like, noticing it, and then they started taking them down because it was too obvious.
Well, they got busted also paying for Google ad space and then taking legitimate articles about stuff related to Kamala Harris and changing the headlines on them, like to say Kamala's new plan is clearly the best for the economy, and then it links to CNN. So you think, oh, that was a headline on that story.
And nobody
CNN thinks she's
cares.
great.
Shit!
Did you see what they did to Rogan? MSNBC, where they like kind of took it out of context, where he's talking shit on Kamala, but
Again?
they made it seem. I don't know if it was again, but
I did see this.
It was so mixed out of context, and NBC posted on their TikTok. It was like the most viewed thing on their feed in like the last 6 months.
It was made it sound like the thing about where he was talking about she could win, right?
Guys, let's be honest here. This is the American Idol of politics right now. Just think about, or the last comic standing, where it's just like, I used to hear stories about people who won last comic standing. They're set they would bomb, and they would still win the round because the networks had who they wanted to win. And they would bomb. They would bomb in comedy. They'd be like, oh my God, you won. Oh my God. And it's just like, this is what they're doing. Kamala Harris, unless Alex Jones is lying, her acceptance speech was 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes.
No kidding.
That's funny.
I mean, are we really arguing that we want more Kamala Harris? Not really, but
yeah, but dude, just think about what that means, though, dude. Like, she couldn't even just riff. She couldn't even just Like that to me is like
that means her writers don't trust her with more than a minute and a half.
They don't trust her. She doesn't trust herself, and they just the whole thing is just artificial as fuck.
Dude, Donald Trump will go up there and do an hour easy.
Yeah,
and
it's funny. His people also want him to kind of like, hey, dude, just kind of do what's on the page, you know.
But it's it's very easy, very interesting because the mainstream media hates when he gets real talking shit, but people love that.
No, it's the funniest. Yeah, he's hilarious.
But people hate when he starts going, Israel first, greater Israel, AIPAC should be way more powerful. People hate that shit.
Rightly so.
They hate it. And that's all he wants to talk about right now. It's so crazy to me.
Do you think that's him appealing to the people that could actually swing the election, like behind
the
scenes?
No, he's appealing to the donors.
That's what I mean, like the real power, so that they will grant him the election. Is what it seems.
100%. Yep, 100%, dude. That's crazy. I just had a talk with a friend of mine, and he's like, "Yeah, dude, people they're just going crazy. They're just like the way they talk about this. Somebody on my Instagram was like, "Oh my God, dude, you just can't come to grips with that Kamala Harris's policies and all the things she's done in office." I'm like, dude, by her own admission, she goes, "Once I get into office, I'm gonna fix all this shit." You're in office.
Yeah. That's the funniest thing about it, isn't
facts.
We're gonna turn this thing around.
Yeah, we're gonna turn this thing around that I've been driving the whole time.
It's weird to experience this because I'm 24 right now, and now it's like the age where I really fed all this fucking shit. So it's weird to see how all this stuff really plays out. I feel like I'm living in the episode of The Boys right now. That's what it feels like.
Oh,
is
dude,
going on
you're
right now.
so right on that. You're so right on that. It's crazy to me, dude. It's just crazy. So when we did this show, let's get into it. When we did the show in New Jersey, people come up. They can pitch us their favorite conspiracy, or they can ask us about a conspiracy. You came up and you talked about something I'd never heard before, and that was Vanilla Sky. And I thought it was absolutely interesting. It fits into my theory on hidden history and all that stuff. So where do you want to start?
All right. So the Vanilla Sky theory is a very interesting theory that it's not super it doesn't take a lot of thought power to comprehend it because it's you can pretty much see it. But in order to understand the Vanilla Sky theory, you have to go back to when photos were invented, basically. So when photos were invented, they used to have these gigantic cameras that they couldn't bring anywhere. So they had to come up with a way to basically condense the process so they can bring these cameras to other places. So they came up with something called the glass plate negative. And basically what that is a bunch of chemicals that on a glass plate react to light, and then they produce the image, right? So when they started doing that, they started taking these negatives, and that was the new way of photography. So what they also started doing after that is something called, spirit photography.
Ooh.
Right?
Right?
Yes.
Johnny, we talked about that before,
Yeah,
right?
we had a guest on who's from your neck of the woods who engaged in that, right?
Oh, yeah, the seance.
Yeah. Yes, remember she photographed all that stuff?
Yeah, spirit photography. Ooh, I like that. I like that.
Me too.
Yeah. So they started doing the spirit photography. And what was interesting about it is that when it first came out, it was a huge way to start doing cons. Right. I'm not saying spirit photography is fake. I think it's real in today. But with the negatives, I didn't think it was possible to capture those things with that type of technology back then. So what they started doing is they started realizing that it's very easy to manipulate photos on such a basic level that you can get someone to believe that, hey, I took a picture of your relative. And it would be a relative from it wouldn't even be their relative. It would be a random person that they put in the photo or whatever. And they'll be like, hey, this is your grandfather from whatever time, So people will buy it. They'll be like, oh, fuck yeah, this is great.
It's
This is
so
awesome.
crazy. They've been photoshopping since the jump. That means, dude.
Oh yeah, since the jump. So they had a process for this. Actually, the guy who was doing this didn't even like. He was like the only guy who was doing it, and they didn't know his process. So what they would do is that he would take the photo, and then he would go into his back room with all these other chemicals and whatever else he had back there. He would mix the photo, and then he'll come back to you. Okay, your photo will be ready like tomorrow. And then you come back, and then it's like, I mean, if you look up Spirit's photography, you see a bunch of photos that are like, okay, that's clearly like bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially from the beginning. So when that happened, they realized, wait, we can take this a step further, right? What if we manipulate? What would we start using this in propaganda? You know what I mean? So they started using photos to basically use against the public with propaganda. And after that, they took it even a step further. So they started taking pictures of cities. And I actually sent a Dropbox to you with a bunch of photos. Yeah. So actually, the first photo is a bunch of postcards, right? So that's the first photo right there. Now, if you look at that photo, what do you notice about it?
Which one? Can you click on
like
one?
all of them. All of them. What do you notice about all of them?
Same sky.
It's the same sky.
Oh yeah.
Oh snaps! It is the same sky.
Oh yeah, and they just kind of move it up and down, huh?
And that's the shrooms right there.
It's the same fucking sky. Now, this is just a postcard company. Right? Now, people will ask, why the fuck does this matter? Well, they're doing this on a very small scale. This is how they do it. It's like the foot in the door.
Whoa.
Right?
So real quick, for the audio people at home, we have a series of postcards on almost like a grid. And each one is of a different location. One looks like of let's say a motel on a highway. One looks like a burger joint.
Not many places you'd want to go either.
Yeah, but it's just like random places you'd find on the road if you're driving across America. And they're colored pictures. You could tell they're really old. And the sky is really blue. And like Xavier Guerrero, who is microdosing right now, pointed out, they're all using the same sky.
Now I will say
in the
it
background.
is difficult to expose the sky, especially using a shittier or an older camera, and your subject in the same image, because the sky is always so much brighter.
Yeah.
And so I assume that this is something they were compensating for that, or maybe they had cloudy skies or something. But that's wow. Yeah, this is fascinating. It looks like do you know if these are colorized too, like in post? These were black and white photos that were colorized.
No, they were colorized. They were sent just like this.
They were shot just like this. Okay.
Yeah, they were sent just like that to everyone across. Like those were postcards you can go to like a gas station. They have those postcards that you send to your family. Like that's.
Do you know where these places are?
I don't know where these places are, but I saw this on Vox at the top right corner. You see the logo right there?
I see.
Yeah. So I saw that on there, and I was like, oh shit, this is crazy.
So what was Vox saying about these photos? Was it talking about what you're talking about right now?
Well, they talked about classic photo manipulation, but they didn't, go into exactly what I did. I took it, a little step further.
Okay,
than
let's
that.
do it. Let's go. Guys, real quick, I want to tell you about our friends at Wise Wolf Gold and Silver. That's right, Wise Wolf Gold and Silver. Listen, gold is at an all-time high. It is nothing but bang, bang, pows there. And that's why if you go to samtriple.gold, you can get in on this amazing deal. It's called the Wolf Pack. It's monthly precious metals sent to your house for as little as $50 a month. Let me tell you about Wise Wolf Gold and Silver's Wolf Pack program. Trust me, because if you're paying attention, you know the de-dollarization is real. Fiat is fake, and you don't want to be left holding the bag when the dollar collapses. Gold and silver have been money through all of recorded history and are an excellent way to protect yourself from inflation and geopolitical turmoil. That's why I trust my friends at Wise Wolf Gold and Silver for all precious metals, all things precious metals. I love it. I am part of the Wolf Pack. Every month I have precious metals sent right to my house, and I love it. See, Wise Wolf Gold and Silver is veteran owned and A+ rating by the Better Business Bureau. No transaction is too big or too small. You can even roll over your 401k or IRA into physical gold and silver. And if you think you can't afford precious metals, think again. With the Wolfpack monthly membership program, you can get gold and silver delivered directly to your door for as little as $50 a month. As little as $50 a month. You can have precious metals. You start loading it up, man. By the end of the year, you'll have a good chunk of precious metals. Dude, it's crazy. You just go to samtripoli.gold. You can see all the different plans they have. Man, it's like $50. Lone Wolf, Warrior Wolf, $125. Alpha Wolf is $250. And it just keeps going up. Sent to your house. Right there. It's that simple. It's that simple. Easy peasy. Get in, get out, get your gold, get your silver. I love it. I'm doing it. Dude, I'm telling you, all of these affiliates I use, and I use Wise Wolf gold and silver. I use it all the time. It's real simple. So if you want to get in, this is how you do it. Wise Wolf gold and silver also deals in and accepts Bitcoin. So here's what I need you to do. Okay, go to samtripoli.gold, promo code tinfoil at checkout to receive free constitutional silver. That's right. And remember, in a world of bulls and bears, be the wolf.
Yeah, so basically, as you can see, they were doing this on a low level, so they used the same sky in those photos. Now, what I did is I started going a little bit deeper, and I found on the Library of Congress website a bunch of these photos of cities, especially ones here in New York City. There was one in Boston. In the Dropbox folder, I sent that too. But I wanted to show you the most famous picture of Lincoln is actually a face swap. If you didn't know, you should be able to see. I sent the photo and I sent the link there, right there.
Whoa! So let me ask you something. So, wow. Whoa, bro.
In case you don't believe it, the History Channel.
Well, that's the other link.
That's another link. Okay. Now, yeah, okay.
It's the other
now
link.
you're time traveling on mushrooms. Easy.
Stop just fucking with Lincoln photos.
Yeah, I sent the link to show that exact photo on their website as well.
Oh,
but yeah, that's the exact photo.
They even changed the headline on the newspaper. I think, is that a newspaper on the table there? Whatever it is, you can see they changed.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that's crazy that we're like, oh my God, they were just now learning how to do photos.
Like, what does it say? Proclamation something, and then that one's something else. That one was like proclamation. I don't know.
That is I don't know crazy.
Either, but that is. So if you actually zoom in, if you zoom in on that guy right there, go up to the top, you see his hairline right there, right?
Right.
If you zoom over to Lincoln, you will see that there's a little bit outline where his hair used to be.
Oh yeah.
I can
go back.
outline.
Go back. Let's see the other one. Right there, but I think you're talking. Are you talking about on the side?
About the hair on the. I'm talking about the hair on his on the right side. I mean the left side.
Yeah, right there. No, right.
You can see the shadow.
Over Xavier,
right
down. No, down.
No, a little bit more to the left.
To the left. Go this way. Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's the shadow of the hair on the other picture.
That's so true. Look at that, dude.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Why? Okay, so there was a reason why they did this, right?
Yeah, so there was a reason why they did it. I mean, this photo, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it was on the website, but apparently this was done after Lincoln's death to make him look like a more higher. I don't know how to explain that.
Taller, more prestigious.
Yeah, more prestigious. Yeah, that's the right word.
It's funny because the guy they put his head on is that John C. Calhoun? I believe it is, right? And he was an enemy of Lincoln. So it's not like they even put him on.
So yeah, dude. Now it's like now they're even fucking with the other guy too. They're like, oh, dude, we took your picture and put his face on it.
I mean, he was like one of the biggest defenders of slavery during that whole era.
Abraham Lincoln,
or at least in before the war. He was.
But one of the dude, this is like absolutely shocking. Like it's shocking because like everyone's like now like AI, dude. We're like, well, what's real? No, what's not real?
What? Yeah.
Like
AI is making it even worse.
Yeah, but this has been manipulation since the start. And like it's so funny because like again, it gets into this thing where like they accuse the other side of what they're doing. How many times you seen those photos? And we're gonna get into it. Stalin. Oh, look, Stalin got rid of all these fucking people. Dude, they did it to this guy, Abraham Lincoln, but his enemy.
At least at some point, it required some talent and some art, though. Now it's, I mean, the tools have been democratized to the point that anybody who knows how to type can make eventually video that is convincing.
Which lets you know that the AI that the government has has to be so beyond anything we even understand at this moment.
It must.
Right?
Try to do you even? I try to do some. Think about what like 5 years from now it's gonna look like. 10 years from now.
Oh man, it's already bad right now. Remember, like a few years ago, you try to like. There was this one guy who made a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti.
Yeah,
and
dude.
it looked
Yeah,
so
it was
weird.
terrible. Yeah.
And now it looks like Will Smith eating spaghetti. Like you took a video of it with your phone now, so it's like way worse.
Well, the scariest part is like you used to be able to tell it was AI because they had no soul in their eyes, and somehow, some way, they figured out how to put a soul in these pictures. Like, have you like this? It just came out these disturbing pictures of these super smoke shows, and they're like, this person doesn't exist. This is an AI picture. And you're like, holy shit! You can see the souls in her eye.
Frazzle drip. Frazzle drip.
You think that's bad?
Frazzle drip.
They're making, they're making AI OnlyFans models now. That's how bad it is now.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy.
Pretty soon, like natural holes are gonna be like free range food, where it's like you're gonna have to spend a little bit more.
You gotta go to Whole
for the
Foods,
real for the real shit, right?
You gotta go
That's
to
what it's
Whole
gonna be like, dude. Dude, how is a regular human being going to compete with an AI adult film star? How are you going to compete? Who has the AI person just like, yeah, whatever, it's like, I'm going to do whatever you program me to do. AI person's like, I'm not into that. A regular person's like, that, I'm not into that. Okay, you're out. AI person in. That's where it's going to go. It's going to get unholy, bro.
Literally. It's going to get bad. That's so bad, man. Shit is fried right now. That's what's going on right now.
We're all freaking out. But like, what this Vanilla Sky stuff tells me is like, dude, we've been manipulating from the moment they took a picture.
Because I used to think if I saw a picture, I was like, oh, you can't manipulate that.
Yeah.
Now with telling me this, I was like, dude, and even then you could back then, but still gave me that
maybe
thought.
not in your hand, not your Polaroid, but your newspaper, your books.
Mm-hmm.
Which were the TikTok, Instagram.
Right here in this present moment, wherever you find yourself right now, here is where your power is. It's not projected in some future time, some future outcome, some future space. It's not stuck in the past. It's right here and right now. In every single present moment you find yourself in, that is the place where you have the power and the ability to make choices that shape your reality, or rather, shape the experience of reality that you connect with and that you are aware with. It's a really fascinating life that we're living. And so, as mentioned, if you found yourself at a place where, let's just say, you have some significant choices you're tuning into right now. Maybe there's a relationship you're exploring, maybe a job you're exploring. Well, what if I suggested the perspective that if you were wondering which way to choose, that there's probably a part of you that wants permission to operate at the place that you feel the most empowered. And for many of us, what we've done is we've created stories where, okay, I can only be my most empowered when I have this much money or this kind of money consistently coming in, or when I've reached this level, or I have this kind of relationship, or my body's this way, or my health is this way. We have sometimes created a lot of parameters, some rules, some red tape for what needs to happen first before we're allowed to be full and fulfilled now. And the unique challenge with that is whenever we embody that perspective as a mode of living, then we're always living one step removed from a place of fulfillment. Because even when we reach a place of fulfillment, we have trained ourselves to live day to day from a place of reaching, chasing, and achieving, and not having. Now, that's not to say that there's no point in having goals, ambitions, things that inspire you. But what I'm offering is that the way in which you approach your goals can be adjusted so that instead of approaching them from a place of feeling less than and needing them to feel whole, you can make choices from a place of understanding that you are simultaneously whole and have the ability to be more as you navigate. It's a bit of a paradox, I know. And it might seem nuanced, but the subtle shift there comes from the place where you shift the way you not only perceive yourself, but the way challenges and good things, perceived good things, come to you in your life. Because when we look at, let's say, challenges as an indicator that we're doing something wrong, or good things as a sign of we're doing more of the right thing, then when life inevitably goes through cycles, because it does, and inevitably there's times of rise and there's times of decline, because this is the way this current experience of reality seems to flow in cycles. Now, as mentioned, if you found this video, I am imagining that you've been coming across more and more choices that feel very significant to you. And while we have many conversations in this channel and across these videos about navigating reality and how to make choices, in this specific video, I'm going to share with us a few perspectives that I know will be of deep assistance at this moment for all who resonate with this message. So, let's begin with one of the common questions that shows up. Am I going to choose what feels safe, or am I going to choose what feels inspired? So, I'm going to invite us in a slightly different direction with this exploration. What if there were more choices than just these two? See, a lot of times we think, oh, well, maybe the safe direction is to stay in the relationship or stay with the job or navigate this way or that way that feels like I can achieve it. And the amazing direction feels like taking a huge leap and changing everything and shedding it off. What if, instead of needing to look at the change from happening at an external place, you instead came to a place right here and right now, at this present moment, while you're watching this video, and you ask yourself, when I am living the way that I truly am, the being as who I truly am, when I'm not believing BS about myself, when I am perceiving myself in my most powerful place, what does that feel like, and what quality of choices do I make from there? Now, here's a step further. Instead of just asking ourselves that question, if it feels good to you, I'm going to invite us right now to go ahead and sense that answer. All right, so if you're in a place where you can experience this practice, we can proceed, and if not, then I invite you to come back to the video at this time when it's safe for you to do so.
Our forged
Now,
paths
here's
intertwine.
what I do when I want to navigate a choice and really ensure I make one from an
The universe is a reflection of consciousness. Everything in your life, your reality, and your experiences is like an audition for your attention, just as celestial bodies orbit around the sun. Your thoughts, feelings, perceptions, and sensations depend entirely on the energy you invest. That which you ignore ceases to exist in your experiential realm. The challenge arises from the unconsciousness with which we often navigate this process. Anything that transpires in your life need not become your experience if you choose not to lend it your attention. This may sound counterintuitive, but it's a fact worth considering. When you refuse to invest your attention, events and circumstances lose their impact on your vibrational frequency. In the realm of the law of attraction, Thoughts are often touted as creators of reality. However, thoughts, in and of themselves, are empty vessels. They simply vie for your attention. You hold the power to energize them by saying yes, or dismiss them with a no, thank you. Thoughts direct the flow of your energy, determining the universe's response. Thus, the key to speaking with the universe lies in directing your energy toward thoughts that resonate with positivity and ignoring those that emanate negativity. Number 1, on our journey to speak to the universe is paying attention to your attention. From the moment you enter this world, the universe inquires, "What do you want?" To effectively communicate your desires to the universe, understand the language of energy it speaks. The universe doesn't discern languages. It reads your vibrational reactions. Any reaction you offer to the universe is seen as a, "Yes, please give me more of that." Understanding this dynamic is akin to mastering the art of selective engagement. Much like a skilled conductor directing an orchestra, we must choose which thoughts and emotions to amplify through our attention. When we elect to focus our attention on a particular aspect of our reality, we are, in essence, casting a vote for its amplification. Conversely, by withholding our attention from specific thoughts or circumstances, we convey a message to the universe that we are disinterested or opposed to their presence in our experience. This profound realization underscores our immense power in the co-creation of our reality. Our attention serves as the conduit through which we communicate our preferences to the universe, dictating the composition of our life symphony. Moving on to the second aspect, think and speak in the present tense. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, recognizes only the now as reality, as everything unfolds in the present moment. Past and future thoughts may arise, but they are like echoes, while the present is where the universe listens intently. When we contemplate the universe as a manifestation of consciousness, we realize that the very act of thinking is a form of communication with this expansive entity. However, the universe comprehends our thoughts and feelings differently than we might initially perceive. Consider this. If you repeatedly say, "I will be successful," the universe hears, "I don't want success right now." Instead, feel as if you already possess what you seek. Every conceivable reality already exists, including what you desire. Feel as if you've already achieved it, and the universe will begin to shape your reality accordingly. The profound implication is that we need to feel as though we already possess what we aim to attract. Every potential reality exists in the vast tapestry of existence, including the one we seek. By immersing ourselves in the present moment, feeling as if we've already achieved our desires, we begin to synchronize our vibrational frequency with the universe's creative forces. Thus, communication with the universe involves not just the articulation of desires, but the embodiment of those desires in the now. Continuing our quest to understand how to speak to the universe, we reach the crucial step of expanding your consciousness. To do so is akin to acquiring expertise in a complex game where the rules are not always evident. Life, unlike a linear story, is a dynamic and interactive game, and your level of mastery is determined by your awareness of its multifaceted dimensions. Consider this analogy. When you engage in a poker game with seasoned players, those who are novices can easily fall prey to their strategic maneuvers. In a similar vein, as you expand your consciousness and become aware of the myriad variables in the universe, you enhance your ability to navigate the complexities of life. It's akin to learning the unspoken rules of the game, enabling you to make well-informed decisions and ultimately to gain greater control over your own reality. The process of expanding your consciousness entails broadening your awareness of your inner self, your thought patterns, and the universe that surrounds you. In this game of existence, the more variables you uncover and understand, the better equipped you become to play it skillfully. By embracing this expanded awareness, you transition from being a passive player to an active participant, making informed choices that align with your desired reality. Our fourth step is listening to your guidance system, which serves as your compass in the vast universe of energy. The universe doesn't understand human languages. It converses in the language of energy. Thoughts and words often prove unreliable, as they rarely align with your true inner state. Your feelings, your gut, your intuitive responses, they serve as your guidance system. When something feels good, it resonates with your true path. Conversely, when it feels bad, it indicates a divergence from your authentic self. The guidance system hinges on resonance. Follow what resonates with you, ignore what doesn't, and do not grant significance to what induces negativity.
Safe travels.
The egoic mind may attempt to convince you that following it will lead to pleasure.
Something out.
However, it's vital to discern the difference between ego-driven desires and true resonance. If it feels good, trust it. If it feels bad, release it. By consistently following the breadcrumb trail of what feels good, you align yourself with
Serial killer. Serial killer found guilty. Ask me anything. Hello, X. As the subject says, I'm a serial killer that just a few days ago was found guilty of 2 of my murders. Sentencing is coming up on June 15th, and will likely get anything from 20 years to life. But what this threat is mostly about is the fact that I got found guilty at all, or even investigated as a suspect to begin with. I believe that some occult or clairvoyant method was used by the police or judicial system outside of trial to confirm that I did it, and then the trial was interfered with to make sure I was found guilty. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I have no other explanation for why the jury found me guilty, due to a lack of any evidence to speak of whatsoever. Up until the day we went into jury deliberation, I was set to get off scot-free. The jury was on my side. My lawyer was happy enough with the outlook, and the prosecution had basically all but given up. But somehow, that morning, everything changed. It was like everyone in the courtroom wanted me to hang. Even my own lawyer seemed to have changed his mind on my innocence. Seriously, I had put in almost an entire year's worth of work in planning my murders, and by the time I moved forward with the crimes, I had already decided on 5 of my total 7 victims. Before the police got to me, I had not committed any killing in 8 months, so it's not like the killing only stopped when they zeroed in on me. I put so much work into just making sure I could not be connected to any of the murders, or that they'd even have an easy time deciphering them as serial killings. But somehow, the police arrived on my doorstep, and within 3 months, I was on trial for 3 of the total 7 killings, and I was basically on trial for all 7 because of the prosecution's inability to leave the other 4 out of the trial, despite multiple reprimands from the judge. I'm willing to answer as many questions as I can, but I will withhold some facts because I still hold out hope for future appeals and possible exoneration. I don't blame you for not believing me. I wasn't really able to post much in the OP post because it was way too long, and I had to shorten it down. My trial and killings weren't really in the news because it took quite a while for the police to even realize they were serial killings. I had chosen pretty awful people with lots of enemies and run-ins with the law so that the cops would zero in on people who had actual motives. I also kind of hoped people and police would be uninterested in ever finding the killer. If this is true, you will be able to post some kind of evidence. Even if your trial didn't receive broad media coverage, there will be a local news story, pacer reports from the trial, something. As of now, you've presented nothing that lends your claims in credence, so why would anyone ever bother playing into them? If you're being truthful, this would be a fascinating topic, but without any indication that that's the case, it doesn't seem worth the effort to establish a dialogue. If you're mentally ill enough to serial kill people, it is possible you're also mentally ill enough to have issues with your perception. You're sitting there, thinking you've committed the perfect crime, and you appear above reproach. yet everyone else just sees a creepy guy who comes off like a serial killer. I'd say that's more likely than witchcraft being used against you. All that being said, ever seen the house that Jack built? If so, what did you think? Well, I can't really do that, considering that it could be used as a clear admission of guilt in the other 4 killings if this thread got archived and used as evidence. And while the no news station or anything ever really put forward as any of them being serial killings, I am suspected in all 7 by the police. And, well now, convicted of 2 of those. But as I said, I think I might be able to get exonerated of those as long as I maintain my innocence. The Midwest, but I killed all over my state. I would have gone out of state, but in the event the police connected any of the killing, it would have then been the FBI's jurisdiction, and I wanted to avoid that because their investigators are a lot better and have very good computer science investigation skills. That could be true. I can't say I've never questioned my sanity before. Sometimes in my life, I thought I had some sort of impact disorder or something because people had very different reactions to things than I did. Although several years ago, I just came to the conclusion that I was some sort of socio/psychopath after my brother died. Just so many people around acting like the sky was falling, but I just could not really relate or understand why they cared. Like, I get it. He was your son, boyfriend, friend, coworker, but considering all that, he was just a selfish prick in my eyes. No, I never saw that movie, sorry. Sounds like psychopathy. Can you describe what love or being afraid feels like to me? You should check out that movie before you go in. It's about a serial killer who fate just saves from getting caught time after time. Would be interesting to hear a serial killer's thoughts on the depiction of a serial killer. The problem is, when I was a kid, I remember having a lot of emotion, liking girls, crying at summer camp because I missed my mom, stuff like that. But as I got older, it just got harder to feel things like that, and soon, towards my late teen years, it just boiled down to being frustrated or annoyed, and only being satisfied when I was left alone, uninterrupted. I mean, I started getting pissed even when people complimented me, as if I even cared about their approval. Even worse, when I was at school or work, and there was a workplace or social drama, and people expected me to play this stupid game of picking sides and talking crap about people the moment they weren't in earshot. Things got really bad when I stopped liking doing anything at all, and I thought for a few years that I was just insanely depressed. That's part of the reason that I started thinking about killing people, because I hated interacting with people so much, but also had no reason to even do anything but work to live and constantly be surrounded by what I thought to be crazy people. I have done a lot of research on murder cases and murderer trials to see how people got caught and what kind of evidence was used to convict or identify people. I quickly stopped looking at serial killer cases though, since most of those were lunatics or perverts who only really got away with it because of police inadequacy, or as you said, fate or sheer luck. I'm starting to see that I'm not doing a great job at explaining myself. The build-up was a lot more complex than I can really put into words, and I will admit, unlike most people, that I do things and just kind of reason or rationalize my actions after the fact. I can't really explain why I wanted to start killing people, or if it was inspired by anything I saw. What I can say is I really started drama on purpose, and didn't really know why they did anything, and if they didn't have this pointless crap in their lives, they'd realize they had sad empty lives with no greater purpose. A lot like me, but I was willing to admit to myself. Didn't answer my question. In your studies, did you come across the guy who stashed murder boxes all over the country in random places? That's how you don't get caught. You kill completely at random and have no connection to your victims. He eventually turned himself in because he got bored. I looked at some cases where people hid the bodies, but I never came across that one. In many cases where people hid the bodies were cases where it was a family member, a lover, or someone who was abducted, but I never did anything like that. My victims were people who I'd be able to get a lot of information about them on social media and had run-ins with the law, so they also have public criminal charges and a fair few enemies who might end up taking the blame for it. I never had any reason to hide the body. I'd plan very carefully where I would kill them and how I get away, only really taking the time to retrieve the slug. As I said, I left no evidence behind. The only thing that tied me to the murders is that I used a black powder pistol, and there was black powder residue at the crime. The only 3 kills I was charged with were the only ones where they could prove they were done with a black powder firearm. But 5 months before I killed the first target, I actually faked overcharging the pistol and blowing it up in my hand. I put black powder purring on my hand and arm, and even took metal chunks from my gun and embedded them in my body, and smashed up my hand with a hammer and went to an ER. They never questioned my injury, and the police never found the gun after it had been destroyed. All these reasons are why I'm at a loss for how I was found guilty, when for most of the trial, I was never pinned with anything that would stick, and the judge almost even threw out the case to begin with. But somehow, on the final day, where the jury actually decides whether I'm guilty or not, literally everyone has changed their minds. My lawyer, my family, and the jury all of a sudden knew I was guilty, to the bone, yet nothing that could actually prove that came to light. What kind of people were the ones that you chose? It took me a while to really settle in on any one person, but I settled with people that had done something to ruin another person's life. The second one was a woman who had forced her 14-year-old daughter to have sex with some dudes to help pay off her illegal gambling debt, and another was a dude with 6 DUIs, and had just gotten out the year prior for hitting a family with his car and putting the wife into a wheelchair. Live in Kaufman, Texas. You guys have probably heard about this place in the news recently. You know, the place where the DA got shot in broad daylight. Very small, rural area. Lots of stuff happens out here that never gets reported. Be a young kid, living in the middle of the woods, digging around in backyard one day. Dig up a skeletal human hand. Freak out at first. Realize what it is. Don't tell parents, because I was afraid they'd get mad at me for some reason. Put it back in the ground. Years later as a teenager, mention it to the old guy who lives down the road from us. My face went. He tells us that his aunt was a serial killer and would lure men into their homes and murder them, dismember them, and then bury them right in the place that is now our backyard. I eventually told my mom. She did not call the police or anything though, because she just did not want to get mixed up in it. My mom is a very nervous and paranoid person. So X, what happened to Alex? Is he killed? What was the conclusion? Who are Alex? Can somebody tell me who they are, please? That guy who found a weird dude in a Walmart, who told him to meet him at the back of the Walmart at 11. The dude told him there would be a prize on a bag. Alex then arrived earlier and started posting pictures of the place and found some tortured animals and stuff. Then nothing else is known, from what I am aware. The friend I would need to go with is asleep. I'll find out if he's willing to go tomorrow around 2 when he goes on break at work. I get out of class at around 3 p.m. tomorrow. Hope he will surely deliver. Head at 1. Apparently the cops have been called, and are reasonably dead. Local people are saying not to go now, but I still plan on going. If I get asked to leave, at least I try. Head at 2. Still told the cops to text. Going to bed now. We'll post what friend says about going around 4. Head at 3. I plan on going tomorrow because he has to work until 10, but I got into an argument with my boyfriend. All of my friends and I got together because that's what we do when one of us is feeling unhappy. We decided to get some food. Went to Burger King, which is about 3 minutes away from the place. While eating, we realize how close we are. D is about to get off work. We call him and go to the parking lot. I record J, K, and myself waiting for D to get there. When D gets to us, we decide to go ahead and check the place out. We were completely unprepared. K hit a small knife she always carries around, and J hit a mag light he keeps in the car. D and I did not have anything with us. I wanted to wait until there was light, but nobody else did, the majority rules. We head to a gas station, and I make another short video of D getting gas. We get to Walmart, and notice that the huge, creepy building to the side is being torn down, even in the middle of the night, which is unusual around here. Probably other places too. Anyway, we decide it does not matter. It's not the place we need, so screw it. We go down the road, with a small dead end in the map. I put a big red circle where we parked. There were a couple of dudes there, standing outside with what looked like a really junky trailer. They stared at us like we were stupid, so we checked on my friend's phone to see if we were at the right place. We were there. So I started filming again as Jay stuck half his body out of the sunroof and yelled to the men that he was told there was a serial killer there and wanted to know if it was true. I don't know exactly what they said because Kay could not stop giggling. Jay says we have to leave, so we go back to Walmart. We decide that we will just go a different way since it was too dark to see what was behind the guys. I start making a new video after we park behind the store and walk through the grass. We get to some stairs and can see in the distance that the whole area that the marker was at on the map had been leveled and had various vehicles around it. The only building left was the one closest to the marker. There was some red "Do Not Cross" tape and some signs about trespassing. Either J or D suggested climbing over some rubble to get back there, but we decided we did not want to get caught out there, as we could see people way off to the left. I tried taking pictures, but they all came out black. I do have the videos though. TLDR, went to the place and prepared on a whim. Place had been leveled and was covered in construction workers who was there, watching our every move. Didn't get to look for anything because of them. 10 years ago, taking the train home from school. I'm 14 years old, tall and thin, very feminine, long hair and eyelashes, full lips for a guy, barely sporting chin fuzz. Older man with thinning, shoulder-length gray hair, standing at the edge of the platform as I get off the train.
If I don't
Make eye
have
contact.
I'd
Has a
love to
weird
learn to
statue-like
make
vibe
it.
to him, both in behavior and look. Zero life behind his eyes. Face is gaunt, with heavily hooded eyes, and stern nose like a hawk. Deep lines
Come
and
see
straight-cut
the new
features.
items I
Mouth
have
pulled
made.
grimly. Think nothing of it. Take regular, mile route home. Majority of walk is down a busy street. Realize after a couple of blocks that the guy from the train is 10 paces behind me. Unnerved because of how close he is. Engage Virgin Speedwalk.exe. Start walking faster. Take an unusual turn off the main road. He is still following me, keeping pace. Make 3 lefts. He starts keeping his distance, but still following me. Manage to text my older brother. Total neckbeard autist, but built like a Scandinavian gorilla, and attends a LARP group that dress up as knights and beat the crap out of each other with thick swords. He has a pretend claymore made out of an old pipe. He tells me to come out to meet him at a certain intersection. Look behind me quickly. Old guy is 5 feet away, with this angry look on his face. Break into a run and see my brother. Greet him, and he grabs my wrist, and we walk home. Guy disappears, but brother saw him. We get home. Police arrive minutes later. Brother called them. 2 squad cars. There is a gigantic black guy with a bulletproof vest and shotgun. They question me. Turns out, the police have a profile on him, but no name or address. Guy preys on thin, feminine boys like me, in mostly white neighborhoods. He is a prime suspect for 3 missing kids in a body. Several accounts of him following kids, and one of him trying to grab one kid, but the kid got away. I'm a halfway decent artist. Do a sketch for them. They thank me and leave. Tell me to be careful. About 1.5 years later, middle of winter, 16 years old, cold as hell. Hanging out with friends that are druggy, hadn't smoked. In the same neighborhood as last time. Mother lives in the neighborhood, but father, who I was currently living with, lives about 2 miles away. In friend of friend's basement, total slum house. Guy has like 3 tanks for different lizards. Holes in the walls, swords and guns and stuff, hanging on the racks. Bad vibes. It's a school night, and 11 p.m. Tell them I have to go. They go outside with me. We all split up, and I start walking 2 miles home. Pretty much straight path again. The road I take home is mostly dark. Old rich neighborhoods with lamps that didn't work or never went on. Only lights were at intersections. Block I'm on has tons of massive old pine trees that hang over the street. Getting feeling like I'm being watched. I'm a total night owl, frequently night walk. I have great night vision and never feel uncomfortable. Hair standing up the neck. Walk past a tree. Realize there was a man crouched under a tree as I pass it. After about 20 feet, I hear him slide out from under it. Snow mutes most of the sounds. Cross the street instantly and start speed walking. See him walking about 15 feet behind me, but on the other side of the street. His eyes locked on me. Guy is wearing a full camouflage suit, backpack, and ski mask. Not good at all. Walk as fast as I can without running. After a block or two, look behind me as I cross a lighted intersection. The guy crossed the street and is maybe 20 feet behind me. Notice a glint in the streetlight. There is a goddamn knife in his hand. I am not dying tonight. Unstrapped my backpack and took it under my arm. It was heavy as hell and moved around on my back, slowing me down when I run. Break into a sprint. Really fast runner actually. Unfit as hell, but was top 10 during a 100-meter dash among the sophomore class. Not even halfway home when I started running. Count 7 blocks when I slowed down to jog. Gasping for breath, chest burning. Realize both my nostrils are just running with bright red blood. Look behind me. Guy is like 50 feet away, jogging steadily. He is a persistent hunter. Adrenaline gets back in. Sprint again. Don't even remember breathing or running. Felt like a dream, speeding home like a bullet. Only the wind in my ears. House is actually 4 blocks off the road that I was traveling down. Turn off quickly, run down street, and slide into my porch and lock the door. Barricade myself inside my room upstairs. Coughing up blood, nose is bleeding, chest feels like it's on fire. Must have sprinted a mile in 5 minutes. Call the police and tell them what happened. They send a squad car to my house. Officer tells me they're doing a search of the area with several cars. Several hours later, they caught him a couple blocks away, leaving the woods near my house. It was the same dude that followed me home. Cops tell me I'm lucky to be alive, thank me again for my help. A couple weeks later, it turns out the guy was a Vietnam vet with a bad reputation for assault during the war. Was responsible for several murders over 20 years and admitted to diddling kids before killing them. Used to live in a busy apartment complex in Sao Paulo. It's not like American apartments. It's literally 40 stories, with each floor having about 25 apartments. Mostly college-age people or young adults with families. I go to work after school on Fridays, so I come home really late, around 1 a.m. every Friday. I live on the 11th floor, so I ring the elevator. The elevator comes, eventually makes its way down, and the door opens. I walk in. The elevator traffic is usually busy at night anyway, so I didn't mind the man who was in the elevator, dressed to conceal himself. He had donned a ski mask and had black gloves. It's just him and I. As we were going up, I notice he has a knife in his hand that is dripping with what looks like blood. There is a small puddle by his side. I ignore this out of fear and quickly exit the elevator once my floor was reached, and quickly go into my place and lock the door. The news reveals a murder occurred that day. I didn't directly go to the police, as investigations are inconvenient in Brazil, and I can't miss work days. The police officer comes and knocks on my door the following Tuesday and asks if I've seen anything to help the investigation. I tell him no, I did not see anything. He thanks me for my time and takes off. A week later, they televise that the suspect has been caught. It's the police officer that came to see me. Did I kill someone? When I was in high school, there was this kid who I really hated because he was a ridiculous overachiever. He had never gotten a B in his life. He was studying to be an engineer and planned on going to MIT once he graduated. He was also a musical virtuoso and was very interested in obscure history. He made many genuine attempts to befriend me, but I had a lot of trouble concealing my disdain for him. I resented him for making me feel stupid whenever he was nearby, and I held that animosity toward him for a long time. It was never intentional. He was never deliberately condescending, but still. At one point, while I was talking crap about him to a friend who was obsessed with paganism, Satanism, witchcraft, and the occult, he asked if I'd like to perform some rituals with him to manifest his downfall. And even though I never really believed in any of that kind of stuff, I said yes anyway, because I was bored and it felt like a fun way to pass the time. We lit a bunch of candles. We held hands and recited incantations about illness and unhealth. Within a few months, that kid developed a glioblastoma multiforme that killed him in less than a year. He wept about not wanting to die very often. Watching him wither away so rapidly like that was one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen in my life. I still don't necessarily believe I caused that, but still, what a wild coincidence. I think human brains are built to disregard coincidence and seek patterns. What I did bothers me on a subconscious level, even though consciously I know I really had nothing to do with what actually happened. I should have just gotten over myself and been kind to him anyway. He was a very lonely kid. May 1980, 10 years old. Outskirts of Joliet, Illinois. Living outside of town. Serial killer had broken into 3 rural homes in the area. I convinced Mom to let me bring the .22 to take the trash out. I see a car coast to a stop near the driveway. I run to my porch and turn the floodlights on. See a man wearing a ski mask. Shoot. He turns to run. Falls. Shoot again as he's lying on the ground. His body wrenches in pain. I shoot again. Hit again in the canter of his back. He stands, realizing some seriously disturbed person is shooting him. 21 rounds. 2 clips, plus 1 in the chamber. Ran up to about 20 feet. Kept shooting him as he got in his car. Definitely put 15 plus rounds into him. Yard was covered in blood in the morning. Serial killing stopped. Never heard a thing. Really messed up memory to have. Repeatedly shooting a wounded man and all. B16, high school student. Living in a small town with a small high school. Strange stuff starts going down. People found murdered. Police say it's the work of a serial killer. Mr. Serial Killer be a really messed up guy. Likes to pick on young teen or early 20 couples. Enjoys torturing boyfriends and assaulting their girlfriends before killing them and dismembering them. Police be clueless. The whole town is shitting bricks because nobody knows who is the killer. We talked about it a lot with Cool Teacher. Cool Teacher is a really awesome guy. Supports his students, is close with everyone, and even goes for coffee with his students to chat. One day, Cool Teacher does not show up to class. OMG. Cool Teacher must be the new victim of Mr. Serial Killer. Later that day, found out that police stormed Cool Teacher's house. Cool Teacher equals Mr. Serial Killer. Everyone was shocked. Police found that Cool Teacher kept a diary. Wanted to kill, torture, assault at least 9 more couples. Me and my girlfriend were on the list. That guy was really messed up. Apparently, after killing, assaulting, torturing, he enjoyed going to a fast food stand and getting some french fries or hot dogs. You got it, Anon. I only have one thus far, though. Be me. Be last year. In my town, Oviedo. I can say this without fear, because regular X-Files already know me and where I live. Go to the Chapman Celery Fields. There's this rusted-up playground there. Really creepy. Decide that my friend and I should stop there. We mess around on this weird playground from about 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Get bored and decide we need to ball. This little kid comes up to us, dressed kind of funny, not to mention it's 10 p.m. at night. He has this random red ball. Can we play ball, mister? What? Mister, play ball with me. Friends punch my shoulder and point to a tree. There is this little girl sitting against it. She is crying. What is going on? I swear to God we were alone. First thing on my mind is how it will look if cops find us trespassing this light with 2 little kids. Little girl looks up. Help me find my mommy, mister. Girl has no eyes. We ran like little bitches, hopped the fence as quickly as we could, and get in the car at a ridiculous speed. Look back. A bunch of kids are standing at the fence, looking absolutely mangled. Peel out trying to flee. Later, look the place up. Turns out, in the 20s or 30s, there was a serial killer that would kill little kids and dump the bodies in the celery fields. He ended up missing, never caught.
Have you ever felt trapped in a reality that seems limited and inflexible, unable to reach your true desires and aspirations? This is a problem that afflicts much of humanity, unaware of their true potential and the ability to shape the world around them. Around you exists an invisible force, a vibrant aura that holds the key to your spiritual and personal growth. This energy field is not merely an esoteric concept, it is a fundamental part of our essence. By mastering it, we unlock profound intuitive abilities, leading us to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Have you ever felt a strange sensation or energy near you that you couldn't explain? How many times have you felt drained for no apparent reason, or had a day where everything seemed to flow perfectly? This subtle perception is closely related to the energy field that permeates all existence. Manly P. Hall's teachings illuminate the deep connection between the mental manipulation of this field and the ability to influence perceived reality. Prepare yourself for a transformative journey of discovery, where we will reveal how these powerful methodologies can impact not just the reality of each individual, but also the reality of those around them. By mastering the art of manipulating the subtle energies that surround us, an unlimited horizon of possibilities opens before us, inviting us to transcend the illusions that oppress us and embrace our true potential as co-creators of our experience. Pythagoras, a renowned Greek philosopher and mathematician, deeply explored magnetism. He believed that everything in the universe was interconnected through harmonious relationships that could be mathematically expressed, and that magnetism was one of the forces exemplifying this universal interconnection. In the 17th century, thanks to movements such as Rosicrucianism and Hermeticism, the spiritual concept of magnetism and energy manipulation was revived. The Rosicrucians, in particular, saw magnetism as a key to understanding the hidden secrets of nature and the universe. They engaged in rituals and studies that aimed not only to understand the magnetic forces of nature, but also to use these forces to achieve spiritual and physical transformation. At the end of the 18th century, Franz Anton Mesmer developed a theory he called animal magnetism, also known as mesmerism. Mesmer proposed that an invisible natural fluid, which he believed saturated the universe and living bodies, was responsible for the phenomenon of magnetism. According to him, imbalances in this fluid could cause diseases, while proper manipulation could restore health. He developed techniques involving magnetic passes that, he believed, could redirect or channel this fluid in ways beneficial for healing individuals. These practices and theories significantly influenced areas such as hypnosis and the investigation of altered states of consciousness, playing an important role in the evolution of medicine and psychology. Manly P. Hall, a profound explorer of the esoteric and hidden aspects of human knowledge, delved deeply into the subject of energy manipulation. In his studies, Hall emphasized that subtle energies, which he often associated with spiritual and metaphysical forces, can be directed and shaped by human will and intention. He believed that the universe is permeated by a network of invisible energies that connect everything that exists. According to Hall, initiates or individuals seeking esoteric wisdom have the ability to manipulate these energies for various purposes, such as healing, personal transformation, and even influencing the events around them. Hall argued that understanding and applying these energies required not only intellectual knowledge, but also moral and spiritual development. He viewed the manipulation of these energies as a sacred art, to be approached with respect and responsibility, often highlighting the importance of aligning these practices with high ethical principles. His research takes us back to spiritual traditions that affirm the existence of an all-pervading energy field, a concept that resonates with many Eastern philosophies and meditative practices. According to Hall, this energy field is directly influenced by the human mind. The ability to interact with this field is not just an innate skill of the so-called chosen ones, but a potential that all of us can awaken. Hall proposes that through knowledge and practice, we can learn to shape this energy for our benefit and the environment around us. Understanding this raises the question, how can we, in a modern context, apply these ideas to improve our quality of life? Hall suggests that the key lies in harmonizing our mental state with the energy frequencies around us, a concept that aligns with contemporary studies on the influence of the mind on the body and environment. The techniques Hall developed, which we will explore further, are grounded in principles ranging from meditation to creative visualization. They all aim to teach us how to align, adjust, and eventually control our personal energy field. By understanding and practicing these techniques, we become architects of our reality. Each step we take toward this understanding not only unveils the mysteries of energy control, but also connects us more deeply with the universe and its numerous secrets. The practice begins with basic meditation techniques focused on visualizing energy. Hall teaches us to visualize energy as a light or color emanating from the body, something that can be shaped and directed with the mind. Breathing is another critical component in this process. By learning to control our breathing, we can influence our physical and mental state, facilitating a deeper connection with the energy field. The breath should be slow and deep, maintaining a constant rhythm, which naturally leads us to a relaxed state, susceptible to positive changes in thoughts. Hall emphasized breathing as a means to cleanse the energy field and prepare the ground for more effective energy manipulation. In this deep state of relaxation, our capacity to receive the information we need for problem solving is unlimited. The doors are open for a clear perception of everyday situations. Naturally, we will be manipulating our energy field. As we move on to more advanced techniques, we enter the realm of energy manipulation for healing purposes. Hall suggested that with a trained mind, it is possible not only to improve one's health, but also to project healing energy to assist others. According to him, this energy transfer can be performed both in person and from a distance through interactions, such as talking or hugging someone, shaking hands, sending a message, or making a phone call. Essentially, any type of contact with someone. This explains why we often feel drained in the presence of some people and energized and happy in the presence of others. This is a universal law where energies are always seeking balance. People with negative vibrations draw energy from others to stabilize themselves. Being aware of this is a huge step towards mastering and maintaining our energy field at high and positive frequencies, projecting energy to influence the environment. For example, it's possible to cleanse a space of negative energies or charge an environment with positive vibrations, promoting an atmosphere of peace and harmony, simply by mastering our state of vibration, since we know we can emit this energy when we keep it stable. This is achieved simply by becoming aware of this power. If we are conscious, then we are able to direct our focus to maintain a high vibration, cultivating positive, joyful thoughts of gratitude, forgiveness, and celebration of life. The continuous practice of these techniques not only strengthens the ability to control energy, but also expands our perception of how our energies interact with the world. By mastering the mental control techniques of the energy field, we open doors to a range of practical applications that can revolutionize our quality of life. The first and most evident is improvement in physical and mental health. Imagine being able to relieve stress, anxiety, and even symptoms of physical illnesses simply by using the power of your mind to adjust and harmonize your internal energies. The benefits extend beyond the individual to influence the collective. By learning to manipulate your own energy field to emit positive vibrations, you can improve the environment around you, making it more welcoming and harmonious for everyone. This is particularly useful in conflict situations or when it is necessary to facilitate cooperation and the common good. Manly P. Hall's teachings on mental control of the energy field are not just esoteric theories. They have practical applications that can be integrated into our daily lives for significant personal and collective improvements. Modern science has only begun to scratch the surface of these ancient concepts, showing us that the possibilities for expanding consciousness and human capacity are much greater than we imagined. Believing or not, we define our reality according to what we feel about the facts of life. Someone with positive thoughts just has a different viewpoint from someone with negative thoughts. Consequently, both of their realities will be different. Does this make sense? Yes, it makes a lot of sense. It is possible to detect this in practice. Start with something simple. Before sleeping, use something to relax. It could be music, a nature sound, continuous deep breaths, and visualizing the desired reality, feeling what your life would be like if you were in that reality. What would you feel? How would people treat you? Deeply feel that reality, which already exists in your imagination. Do this with your eyes closed. This feeling will be fixed in your subconscious during sleep. Then, fall asleep. Meditation can also help calm the mind and align our thoughts with our higher intentions. Even a few minutes a day can make a big difference. Remember, the key is consistency. With every positive thought, visualization, and moment of inner peace, we are powerfully shaping our reality. Our positive vibrations spread like waves, touching other people. So, the next time you find yourself caught in negative thoughts, remember that you have the power to change your reality through your magnetic field. Focus on what you want, fill your mind with possibilities, and prepare to be amazed by the incredible changes that will begin to unfold in your life. Revolutionary studies in neuroscience reveal that brain plasticity allows for the reshaping of neural networks throughout life, paving the way for profound transformations in our patterns of thought and behavior. Did you know there is a specific part of the brain through which God directly communicates with us? This mysterious and little understood region holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the divine connection between the Creator and His creations, and the next video talks precisely about this. If this video made sense to you, write in the comments, "It made sense to me."
Drive my directive.
About this. If this video made sense
Go on bike ride.
20th century. Rey for Anglos, Barcelona for Spaniards, and a town Mexican miners named Sonora after their home state.
And the attitude in that early period was that their workers were to be kept separate. They were going to be paid differently or separately.
The July parades, and over the years developed an annual fiesta the whole town took part in.
We loved those fiestas.
We prepared for that. Played teams from around the American pastime of baseball became a way of life in Sonora. A semi-pro ball team was made up of miners from Rey and Sonora. They played teams from around the state and usually won.
Every Sunday, we'd get dressed and we knew we were going to a baseball game. The Rey Sonora Tigers were really good.
Sonora had become the quintessential American immigrant town. But what supported the community's livelihood also led to its demise, for mining no longer took place below ground, but above, and large amounts of earth were moved to get to copper ore.
Up and moved.
Located with the blessing of the Catholic priest.
He